they don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more, all about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Good evening, survivors, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Challenge Group Stage Phase 2. Today is the last day, which means that we only have 7 more rounds before we find out which 6 teams will qualify to the finals in Jakarta to join the other 6 teams who've already qualified for Jakarta after Phase 1. My name is Husky, and alongside me is Contra, all of this powered by Samsung Galaxy.
That's right, and man, we've had a lot of amazing games that have been played out throughout the course of the tournament, and this is possibly the most pivotal matches that will be played out by our teams here, hoping to get themselves a chance in Jakarta. But of course, there's a lot of stories to be told here, but would you basically fill me in on, the most recent happenings from yesterday?
Oh wow, so yesterday was basically a day of Indonesia and Vietnam really having a great time. I mean, at the towards the very end, Expand, our Malaysian superstar, they also did end the evening with a booyah. But I think right now it's actually a race to see how far can certain teams like Heavy from Vietnam go, because I think they are currently the strongest team that we have in this tournament. But we gotta talk about money first, because money is what makes the world go round. For this one, for Phase 2, we are not going to look at the 1st to 6th place. That one has already been taken by the first 6 teams who qualify after Phase 1. In fact, we're looking at from the 7th position to 18th. So the teams that finish in 1st and 2nd by the end of today will walk away with $3,250, but even the teams that finish last will at least get a small piece of the pie.
Exactly, so it's their last chance here in order for them to actually get a whole lot more when they go to Jakarta later on. So some say money can wait, but like you said, money does make the world go round. Therefore, they should basically not only earn themselves that chance, but basically at least walk away with a little more something, with that being the case. So of course, that was the prize pool. We'll also take a look at the maps and everything else that will be played out for today. But the challenge finals, this is where the big bucks is at. First place walks away with 65K richer.
Yeah, this is just insane, just life-changing money. And right now, you know, I don't want to kind of put figures out there, but I just want to quickly point out that Evo's Phoenix, you know, the current world champion, has garnered almost, I think, almost $1 million this year just from Free Fire itself. It's the year for Thailand Free Fire, but in any case, for those who qualify for the challenge finals, this is what they will be fighting for. So for our teams today, they just want to be able to finish top 6 by the end of the evening to have a chance to compete for that prize pool. But every single tournament is governed by a mandate. For us, it is the point system. 12 points for a Booyah, 9 points second place, and we minus 1 point for every single placement below that, all the way down to 0 points for the last 2 positions. But no hope is not lost. If you have an elimination, each elimination will give you 1 point as well.
Exactly, and we tend to see a lot more teams playing a lot more aggressively to get themselves a better chance at earning as much of all those elimination points as possible, because if you basically make your own calculation, if you're going to finish within top 5, what's the difference maker here? It's all about the elimination points that they will garner by the end of every single round. So if you lose, well, sad to say, you will lose. And here is the schedule for our final day here of the challenge play in day 6. We start off with Kalahari, and then we move on to bigger terrains like Purgatory, Alpine, Bermuda, and then back to Kalahari, Purgatory, with this rinse and repeat of rotation, and we're going to end on Alpine once more.
Absolutely. And for those who are wondering why do we have 7 matches in comparison to the normal 6 we have, it's because 2 days ago we did encounter a bit of a technical difficulties. So there has been a reschedule for some of these rounds, which was why yesterday we played 8 rounds, and of course today we will play 7. But that also means more opportunities for some of the teams in the kind of left in the back seat to potentially catch up, and we do have candidates for that, because when we take a look at the overall standings right now, you can see that all hope is not really lost for some of these hopefuls. We have a very solid first page with Semnai in first place and Heavy just coming very close in second, Expand in third, King of Gamers Club in fourth, Team Flash in fifth, V Gaming Esports in sixth, but the second page, they are also not too far behind.
Exactly. We look at the numbers here, MDH on 7th place, like we are seeing quite a healthy average of placement points as well as kill points garnered up all together. So basically, they just need to find a few more wins. And you just look at the win ratios of first-rated Eclipse, who has garnered like, what, 4 Booyahs? If they get about 2 Booyahs today, easily they could basically challenge for that 6th position and anywhere above. Meanwhile, of course, DEWA United Esports, they're kind of in between. They still need to put in a huge win. On top of that, remain on a consistent basis. Meanwhile, Axis Esports, FARANG, as well as Anxiety, they got a lot of work to do in order to climb.
Yeah, especially for the last 3 teams. This is going to be a tall order. No mistakes can be made in the coming 7 rounds, and it is definitely close to impossible, but maybe they can still kind of shake up the standings a little bit. And just to kind of add on to First Raiders Eclipse, out of all the 4 Booyahs that they have, 3 of them came from yesterday. They got 3 out of 8 Booyahs that was available, so it was an incredible run from this team, which I think they got almost 100 points just from yesterday alone, which is why right now they are within an arm's reach of top 6.
It's just impeccable to see that momentum can just be built within a span of a game or even 2. And if First Raiders Eclipse could basically carry forward with the same mindset and still adapt to the pace of the tempo, now with the stakes being so high, I hope that the pressure does not crack any one of these teams out there, and therefore it's really about how they basically seek their way out into securing their tickets to Indonesia. So with that being said, DEWA United Esports as well as First Rated Eclipse, they are some of the hometown favorites, I do believe, and that is something vital for them and for their fans.
And I think, equally important is King of Gamers Club, because for phase number 1, they basically were kind of the black sheep of the Thai region. They were struggling a lot on the second page, but come phase 2, right now they are really on track to join the other 4 Thai teams who have basically dominated phase number 1. So Thailand is possibly the only region that would have all of the teams in the grand finals, but we'll have to see if KOG can keep their performance until the end of the evening. Heavy is another outstanding team because they have been performing on an upwards trend. Phase 1, we didn't really see them much. They started Phase 2 in 7th place, and right now they are 2 points away from tying with Sam9 for first. So this is a very crazy team, one of the best performing teams in Phase 2 that we have seen.
Exactly, and we take a look at MDH Esports as well as First Raider Eclipse. They have been able to build a certain composure from the past number of rounds that they've been able to play out, and I think that things have been working out in favor for these two teams. They're hoping to make themselves known to the rest of the world when they do get a chance on those tickets. But then again, of course, with all the other teams that are currently on the first to 6th place, which still poses a threat, the question here is, can they overcome all those form of obstacles? Because we've seen Expand when they are explosive. They can be really scary, but hopefully we see First Raiders, they'll be able to pull out that outstanding performance like they did yesterday.
Absolutely. Expand is kind of like a solar eclipse. You hardly see them show up, but when they do, it's a beautiful sight to behold. But you know, contrary to First Raiders Eclipse, I think MDH has been on a downward spiral, especially in the second week of Phase 2. They came into Phase 2, I believe, in second, third place, and then now they drop all the way to 7. They barely touched top 6, but you know, overall, it feels like it's slipping away. They are always so close yet so far. And all of these storylines would not have been possible without our friends, sponsors, and our partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And it does matter because today is the last day of Phase 2. It's the last day for these 12 teams to look for the only 6 slots that we have left. So they really need to buckle up. And of course, on top of that, we also got to thank Samsung Galaxy for being a part of this journey. This is kind of a new addition into our family. So really happy to have them.
Exactly, and of course, if you want that perfect gift for Christmas for your loved ones, well, check out the Galaxy Z Fold 4 because, man, that is a phone like no other. I just love that, you know, you get to flip it and like you can basically watch your favorite shows and still multitask and so many other things. Like, it's perfect.
It will be a great Christmas gift for any team that qualifies by the end of the day.
Oh, indeed.
Christmas Eve is in 2 days. And, you know, the best part is that Jakarta is happening like right after Chinese New Year. So for those who are celebrating that festive season, there's a lot to
I like
look
that
forward
you've already
to.
mocked the calendar, like you know what's coming up next.
I am very, very prepared, you know, to head to Jakarta for the finals. And I think the teams are as well. It's also fair to say that this Phase 2 has been, to a certain extent, kind of stagnant in terms of what the teams were doing and how they've been performing. We are looking at the same teams on the first page, but I'm just grateful that yesterday did shake up the standings a bit, so we will have a very, very nice ending to the final day. But you know, before we continue with our jibber jabber and you know, talk about the game, we do have some interesting videos for you guys to watch, so enjoy.
Superman Pak. Kekuatan Superman.
Kekuatan Superman
เอาพลังซูเปอร์แมนดีกว่า
ไอออนแมน
ผมอยากเป็นซูเปอร์แมน เกงลิงสีแดงไงพี่เนี่ย
มึงไม่คิดบินไม่คิดอะไรเลยมึงเอาเกงในมันเนี่ยนะ
Elon Musk 1 week
Be Elon Musk for a week.
David Beckham
ผมเป็นคนรวยดีกว่า
ได้เป็นเดวิดแบ็คแฮมเป็นเบคแฮมป่ะ
ไม่แค่มันหล่อตัดเลย
นิกกี้มินาย
Justin Bieber
Justin Bieber
Nicki Minaj
พอยกัตตินดีกว่าพี่อีกคนนึงผมไม่รู้จัก
Michael Jackson APC
Michael Jackson
FPG Of course Michael Jackson
ริชี่ดีกว่า
ไมเคิลแจ็คสันครับเกิดไม่ทันอยากดูเขา
ไปกับเมสซี่ครับ ไปกับเลบอนครับ
ผมไปกับมิสซี่
Play football with Bron James Skateboard with Messi Play basket with Messi
อยากเล่นบอลกับเมสซี่ได้ไหมพี่
tak kenal
คาร์โรแกรมมาเดล
เร็วครับ
ไปเต้นดีกว่าครับเพราะว่านัว
Blackpink
Blackpink
Blackpink BTS
ไม่น่าถามเลยพี่ต้องตอบแบ็คพิงค์อยู่แล้วใช่ต้องแบ็คพิงค์อยู่แล้ว
Drop
Drop
Bertarung sama Scale O'Neal.
White check.
White The Rock
ผมก็เดอะล็อกดีกว่าสุดสีกัน
Bisa semua instrumen musik. Bisa bicara berbagai bahasa.
เข้าใจทุกภาษา
ผมเข้าใจทุกภาษาดีกว่า
เข้าใจทุกภาษาครับ ผมเล่นดนตรี
ก็ถามใครเขาถามเนี่ยพี่
Shave your head
Berbotak.
Shave my head bald.
ยอมหัวร้านนะหัวร้านเท่ๆได้นะ
เพื่อผมซะ
ไม่ยอมหัวร้านเลยเหรอ
เขาเสื้อผมซะแค่นั้นแหละเป็นแข่งยิมทรงเดียวกันหมดเลย
You know, Husky, those were really difficult questions.
They are.
Honestly, if you were put in a spot to shave your head bald,
I'll burn all
or
my clothes.
Burn all your clothes, but you're gonna be, I don't know, like you're not gonna have anything to wear on this studio.
Yeah, but if well, I guess I'll paint myself green. No, I if you put my hair on the stake, no, I can't do it.
Well, those are rapid fire questions at the very least for all these players that are on our tournament schedule for today. And well, we got some pretty interesting answers. And overall, I think like the question that was pretty tough to me was, would you rather fight Shaquille O'Neal or The Rock? I think both are very, very difficult opponents
I
to
feel
fight,
like
actually.
I think the question is how do you want to be humiliated, right? I think
Right,
if,
right.
Like fighting The Rock, I'm not gonna win. But if I fight Shaq, I don't know.
I don't think you're gonna win either.
No, he's gonna pick me up with one hand. No, this too. I can't fight The Rock. That guy is Black Adam, right? He literally starts as a superhero. That's out of the question as well. The easiest one for me is actually if I want to learn all languages or play all instruments, I'll go for instruments all day, all night. But I mean, we'll see how that pans out. I think this is just like a part of the rapid fire that we had. These players behind the scenes are just really funny. We get very funky answers, and hopefully that translates into the play. Kalahari first round 1 out of 7 for the last day of Phase 2.
And immediately we're seeing a little bit of a challenge coming into the Bayfront area where Team Flash is hovering right above KOG. And we've heard from the boys, and yep, go ahead, shave everyone bald or have one of the members just not have clothes to wear. And the good news is that most of the teams are already around the first circle, but we are getting our first battle immediately coming from Axis Esports as the challenge comes in. Raph, the first one to be taken down.
BGM has already found 2 members from the side of Axis. Darklock does get down, but Axis, they're down to the last legs. Shahid, the only man alive, and unfortunately, a lot of audio kills for VGM hunting him down. This is good news for VGM. They want to solidify their slot in that top 6. They are getting hunted down by MDH in the 7th place, so being able to start the first round off with a team wipe, best case scenario for VGM.
Oh, so little health bars left. There's no way that Axis Esports can survive out of that. But it's still great retaliation overall, especially when you're fighting over onto confinement. There's only so little space for you to work with. And the man on his mission here from V Gaming overall, Vantan, he got that perfect initial initiation. And, well, basically have swept the floor clean. And that solidifies V Gaming's position for a little longer.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the, I think, tamer starts to Kalahari. Expand able to spread out command post at Santa Catarina without getting contested. We have, no hot drops at Stone Ridge, no hot drops at Foundation. So this kind of shows us that there were some adjustments made by some of these squads, which to me is a bit surprising, right? Considering it's the last day. But it's also kind of a heartbreak that with this round, with Axis getting knocked out first, chances are they are not going to have enough rounds to make it to top 6.
Yeah, it's still really difficult to tell if they could basically get more going, honestly. But when we take a look at teams like Heavy and everyone else, they seem to have at least a clearer pathway of how to handle these 7 rounds of play for today. And it's understandable why many of these teams today choose not to start off contesting other teams in specific, because on a final day, you want a smoother cruise. You want to be able to prepare yourself with enough equipments to go up ahead for these upcoming battles.
Yeah.
And Axis, I think they just were overwhelmed after, you know, that early commotion that they had against V Gaming. And it's really sad to say. I mean, I won't count their horses out just yet, though mathematically they are challenged.
Yeah, almost 100. I think almost 100 points. So that is a lot. You need all the booyahs. On top of that, the team that you're trying to catch up to
20 eliminations
has to not have a game at all, you know, for the entire day. And statistically, that is close to being impossible. But again, I think these teams still have the opportunity to kind of shake up the standings a bit. So maybe that's the least they can do. Kind of long range nade, just a bit short of Bayo's blue wall, so he will stay alive for a bit longer. It's a lot of info given over to the rest of Team Flash, who are still chilling at shrines. That's the high tier loot zone, and MDH also deciding that they are not going to chase, as they only saw one member of Team Flash. There's a lot of uncertainty. Bayo gets to live on. Not only that, also gets to scavenge the rest of this compound.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting to see that they just let go just like that, but it's also precaution being implemented coming in from the members of MDH, where you don't know what's hiding behind those closed walls. And speaking of which, KOG, they spot something out in the open instead, so they're just going to pry on these can of worms. Well, I wouldn't call BGM a can of worms, should I? But look at the artillery coming from all angles. Osaka's going at it.
And the nade getting a knockdown. That is going to stagger the members of VGM. Osaka leading the charge. VGM, they do have one member playing from long range, but the front line is quickly collapsing. Knight does get traded down though. KOG, they are falling at the seams, and VGM themselves also needs one final push to make it happen, but it doesn't seem possible. Dark Longi is in the red, but Binsu gets cut down by Osaka, and this should be the last dance. KOG not able to, VGM not able to stand, but MDH, they're gonna crash the party, and this is the perfect scenario if MDH can win this one, because VGM is the mortal enemy, and with VGM on their last legs, MDH have a chance.
Indeed, now the UK trying to spot them now. Don't cry, we'll be able to spot one running over top. So KOG are slowly having their members weirded down while they try to settle with the glue walls. The UK is on the hunt. He gets Osaka, and there's nothing much left for KOG.
This is just a perfect scenario for MDH. Both VGM and KOG have one member left alive. VGM should be able to get the rest going, but MDH, they needed those points, especially if VGM doesn't get a good game. MDA's chances of overtaking them increases exponentially, and these 3 points are incredibly crucial. They did get spotted out by Team Flash though, so they need to kind of hold them back.
Yeah, they did have a little bit of intel, but right now with the repositioning of the rest of Team Flash, they're already gathering their forces here to deal with this situation. They spot them out by the sniper's nest. Bloody now, trying to take some long-range trades, but won't be able to find much out of members of MDH. We'll just turtle in for the moment while MDH finds a different way to regroup. Currently with a 2-2 split. Not really ideal of a situation for MDH to pick on this fight, especially with Team Flash all corralled in the same building. And we see Bio currently looking for that flank, so hopefully he'll be able to seek out the first pick for the team.
Team Flash holds a very important position as well. They have a revival point on top. MDH, at least for now, able to kind of stall it out. And Team Flash can't find an opening in, and with this next circle, it's safe to say that Team Flash and MDH will be in this standoff for a bit longer.
Yeah, and meanwhile, as we take a look at the mini-map, we can see that Expand is just having this firm hold over on the command post, and we're going to be expecting a little bit of retaliation coming in from the members of FR. That's also along the journey into the city as well, so that's another battle that we'll be keeping our eyes closely on. But Santa Catarina, we have Heavy coming up against Osaka, who's all alone. So I'm not too sure how much can he actually do in this situation. He just gotta lie here and wait for the meantime, as he's just basically outnumbered for the time being. So if he does get a few picks out of Heavy, that could be just some bonuses, but any ranking points that they could get here will mean a whole lot for KOG.
It's kind of a fuse band moment for Osaka. There's a vending machine and a revival point in front of him, but he just cannot get to it.
He's just gotta wait. I mean,
just gotta wait.
Eventually, when everybody leaves Santa Catarina, maybe that's where he does find that opportunity. Meanwhile, it's still a standstill between MDH as well as Team Flash. While we have DEWA United players flying directly into the command post, I assume. Well, that's not exactly it. Closer towards Refinery, where they're kind of in between Team Flash. They won't be able to spot them out just yet. So DEWA United, they're playing it safely, and we understand why. I mean, we look at their current position in the standings. They're not really in the clear. They want to ensure that they at least secure top 5 no matter what.
Sem9 in the meantime under fire by FARANG. And yesterday was Sem9's kind of worst performance in the entirety of Phase 2. And you know, that's why Heavy is just 2 points away from overtaking from tying up with them in first place. But with FARANG putting on that much pressure and Xenop caught out in the open, Sem9 needs to find a way to support him, or they will have to fight the rest of this with a disadvantage. Jembao did catch a bit of those lead. Newbie kind of rushing out of his compound to kind of double up, trying to provide pressure, kind of suppress the rest of FARANG. And so far, they have done a decent job pushing FARANG back.
Exactly, the civil war between both MSP teams have been happening many a times here in Purgatory, and oh boy, too bad. He's lucky enough that he didn't get tacked all too low while he was journeying his way over the top. And while Sem9 quickly tries to reposition, so they will have enough of a distance to cover up while they use the lower ridges to cut across the map. Meanwhile, VGM, they're getting closer to Heavy, and in between Osaka, probably sweating buckets by now.
Definitely. You have to pray that, you know, VGM don't decide to take the compound, which is a very, very, you know, logical. It's a very logical choice. But oh boy, Buffalo, he has already shown up on the kill feed, and that means it's an easy first blood for Heavy in this encounter. VGM didn't even stand a chance, and one of the core reasons why Heavy is so good is because of Buffalo. This guy, master marksman for Heavy, has not missed a single shot in the last thousands that he took.
Indeed, and we've seen him really doing extremely well on those long ranges. Now, with the circle going to Santa Catarina, this is going to be a difficult challenge for the teams that will be stuck in between, where Expand now has to find a safe route to rotate, but everywhere you go into the upcoming safe zone, you're going to be challenged with other teams. And speaking of a challenge here, we have a couple of all of them just committing to this fight. MDH suffering a little bit of blows here, and they won't be able to find a little bit more points out of this skirmish. And Expand, they're starting to move in, and this is going to be a three-way battle.
Yeah, MDH, they want to wipe out Anxiety, but Expand, they are taking matters into their own hands as well. Nero gets a kill, able to kind of back off, but MDH, they are on their last legs. It's all down to Nero to keep the MDH dream alive, to keep the top 6 chance alive. EXO was able to pick up Don't Cry in the meantime, as unfortunately for Anxiety, they are also down to just 1 member, and that show my Expand should be able to pick up the scraps and get a couple more feed points for themselves. This compound, basically a total loss, and Expand should be able to slowly take over.
Spots is targeted out. Xroy needing to land the final blow, but shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Meanwhile, Team Flash is joining from the back as well. This is going to be a pretty tough challenge. Now, there's a clip going over on the member Expand, and on the outskirts, the flank has been exposed. Yambin takes out Axel, and that leaves only 3 more Expand members alive.
Yeah, Expand, Axel kind of was watching the compound to support his team, but back completely exposed to Team Flash. So a good capitalization from a Vietnamese team. Expand still not out of the water just yet. They have 3 more members left. Team Flash not incredibly interested in keeping in pressuring Expand, but VGM has just found the most important kill of this round. That is by eliminating MDH. So they will keep themselves in the running for a bit longer. That's going to benefit them in the long run as well. Expando are starting to feel a bit of that heat, not only just from Team Flash, but they are united from behind is also giving them some problems.
Indeed, and then when at it, though they've been passive for the most part, now they're stuck between this corners here. But the good news is that with this hardship of the circle moving towards that direction, they do have a little bit more time. They just need somebody else to challenge Expand, and that team is Team Flash. Meanwhile, Extroy, he's doing so much work with those shots coming from far range. Same goes to BO though. Now, there's not much time that they could actually work with, so Team Flash, they really have to commit to this fight. So they just hope that they would be able to expire some of these resources coming from Expand, and then only then they will be able to commit. For FARANG, I think that they've been doing an extremely good job just keeping themselves kind of into a safe area of play, so they don't really have to take unnecessary fights for time.
Seems that Team Flash, they're ready to go for the rush. And unfortunately for Expand, they could not get any revives off, so Team Flash, they're just gonna go right in. Shin, over the grenade launcher in hand, almost takes down one of the members of Expand, and so far Expand still able to keep their members alive, but it might not be for long though. Both Roy and Sha drops down to that first floor, and that means that now they have to fight out in the open with the members of Team Flash just surrounding this compound.
He sees a glimpse of a pixel coming in from BO, and he's just trying to challenge him with whatever he's got. He's going to be able to bring him down for now. Not out just yet for Team Flash as they move into the quarters of the compound. Yanshin gets dropped. Now only 2 more remains out of Team Flash as they utilize all the shotgun shells that they have.
Just perfect defense from Expand. They bring the aggression straight to Team Flash, and this is just unrelenting fire. The campfire is not going to keep Bayo alive for long though, and Expand, they have him surrounded. Those glue walls would only do so much. Shin gets knocked, and this should be kind of the final chapter for Team Flash, down to just bloody. And in the meantime, Sha was able to steal some of the kills away, taking out Heavy as the rest of that squad perishes to the blue zone.
Wow, quite the clutch plays coming from Extroy. Just look at him chasing after members and members out of Team Flash. Manages to secure himself that quadra. Meanwhile, Ronnie finally shows up. Rain will be able to clear out the scrap from the outskirts. Now that's 4 corners in for the side of DEWA United. And they're now in the top 4, locked right in. But still, do they have what it takes to take out Expand?
This could be a tough task though. Expand has full control of the circle. FARANG still preoccupied. They took out 7-9, but DEWA is still in the vicinity. This really feels like an Expand round unless things go horribly wrong. But we gotta look at DEWA against FARANG. Bams! Blows himself out. And that is all FARANG needs. Unfortunately, FARANG is also pretty much wounded. Expand just coming in for the final blow. 10 eliminations and a booyah to boot. Expand off to a great start.
And they have to end it with a bang. Perfect booyah for a team hailing from Malaysia. Expand starts off strong here in our final day to qualify for Jakarta. Well, things are looking pixel perfect for Expand. I mean, I feel like they don't need more booyahs by now. They're already pretty much jet set and ready.
Yeah, you love to see it. And Expand today actually decided to play with their substitute as well. So Cobra is not playing. But I think we've seen Sha play a couple of times, and he also puts up very consistent results. So either way, congratulations to Expand. They might not need the booyah, but I think being able to kind of solidify your standings to qualify at the end of the evening is still very crucial. But I mean, seeing Expand get a booyah at the start of the day, definitely unheard of. But this is a good start. It's a good sign for what's to come.
Exactly, and he's just further solidified himself so they don't really have to worry about many of all these upcoming rounds. But of course, 6 rounds can still change the course of the battle. But we take a look at some of these highlights that we had. It started off with KOG getting engaged into this battle in between Santa Catarina, and over on this river is where all the commotion happens, and we see teams like V Gaming depleting most of the members of KOG, and then comes teams like MDH and later on Expand.
And there's a lot of third-party action, right? MDH found an opportunity, then Team Flash came around, then we saw Expand really seizing the chance to go for the third party in this particular skirmish where MDH, they were preoccupied by anxiety. Expand rolls up, takes over the compound, and this was the exact compound that brought them into that final circle and eventually getting the booyah for themselves. So a lot of things really came in place, but this is the most crucial moment with just Extroy saving the entire team, just running down Team Flash. And given the history between those two teams, I think it's sweet, sweet revenge. Team Flash gave them a lot of problems on the world stage. It's only fitting that Expand, gave some of that back.
Exactly, and you can see the joy in their faces while they celebrate their booyah overall Expand. Of course, we'll walk away with the most points with not only the booyah in place, they've also reached a total of 10 Ks in this matchup itself. And that definitely overwhelms the rest of the teams out there. A lot of it has to do with Xtroy, with his explosive starts and his initiations overall. DEWA United did such a great job squeezing it slowly into the top 3 finish. Though they finished on third, they did have more elimination points, and therefore they just edged FARANG by 1 point.
And across DEWA United were also the team that took out their own compadres, and the first raiders Eclipse fell to that, and that means that we won't see too much of a change on that leaderboard. MDH will not get any closer to 6th place, nor does first raiders Eclipse. DEWA United will close that gap a bit, but it's still a far journey for this team from Indonesia. So at the end of the day, this is kind of just a standard round. Not much difference has been made thus far.
Exactly, and of course, when we look at the second part of the standings as well, Axis Esports as well, Sem9 here, having a little bit more struggles of securing those numbers, especially Axis being challenged very early on. It's an understandable line, but Anxiety still isn't finding any form of grasp into this whole circuit just about yet. So we'll give them a little bit of time while we also take a look at the stats coming out of our winners of our first map of the day. Expand with a whopping 5.7 thousand to be offered on the table.
This is a team when they have a good round, you really love watching them, but they have a poor round, then the critique starts flying in. And I'm just glad that Expand started out on a good note. They ended yesterday with the booyah and start today with 1 as well. It's kind of a telltale sign that momentum is going to carry forward. Not to take anything away from Expand, but there were moments of inconsistency. So we'll see if Expand can continue that. But so far, I think that first round was just kind of a litmus test. We have 6 more to come, but second round will be Purgatory. That will only happen after a short break. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome back from the short break that we've just had. It's Contra as well as Husky here, bringing you the Snapdragon Pro Series matchups here for Free Fire, and all this is powered by Samsung Galaxy.
Very exciting game number 1. Bit of a slow-paced one. We have Expand getting that very first booyah to kind of light up the last day of phase number 2. But with that being said, nothing much has changed on the leaderboard, unfortunately. So if you are a supporter on the teams on the second page, they have 6 more rounds to prove it, and we're going to Purgatory next, one of the biggest maps that we have in the competitive map pool for Free Fire. So hopefully some of those teams that really shined yesterday can give us a repeat of that performance.
Yeah, and overall we take a look at what really happened in round 1 is that the early birds actually did manage to be the ones celebrating by the end. It's like whoever initiates the first move, they were on the short end of the stick. Instead, you see teams that are a little bit more passive. They didn't make it into the later stages of the game. Teams such as DEWA United as well as FARANG Esports have been able to basically find a way into at least a good ground of the game. So DEWA United, they do see themselves moving up the standings a little bit more, but how significant will that be? It's definitely hard to find out for the time being, because even though they got themselves 12 points, it's still a lot for them to catch up to make their way up into, you know, the upper 6 for those qualifications.
And I just hope that, because this is the last day, I hope that it doesn't affect some of these teams who are really proactive to start slowing down. I think that could be kind of a recipe for disaster, right? Because now you will allow other teams to take initiative, and that's not going to be good for the long run. Sam9 still remains in first place, but that might change very soon, because Heavy just are now 1 point away from tying up with them. Expand puts themselves 4 points away from tying up with Heavy, and it might be a good chance for Expand to get that second place that they've held for so long back. King of Gamers Club still remains in 4th, Team Flash and V Gaming also still in their respective positions. MDH puts themselves 10 points away from tying up with V Gaming. First Raiders needs 20 plus, DEWA United needs 30 plus, and FARANG Access and Anxiety, unfortunately, we're not moving. We're not able to move at all.
Yeah, especially for Axis Esports, they're the first one to be striked out of the competition early on. So it adds a lot more pressure from all the things that are involved for them to get by. So if we're looking at it statistically, they need wins. A lot of wins, in fact.
They need all the wins.
Yes, all the wins, or you need an average of that 20 elimination points per round, which basically takes you to a top 5, most likely.
Yeah.
So that's the only way out for Axis Esports, who have tried back in the MSP region, but somehow didn't manage to find much throughout the course of this challenge stage. And I'm just starting to show more signs of concern for this team. Anxiety also wasn't really up to the mark as we do expect them to be, so hopefully they do pick up some slack, and from then on they'll be able to find something more special. But we did see some really good clash from that past round, especially with Team Flash as well as King of Gamers Club being in the center of the ring to be the ones to spark that fire. And after that, I mean, this whole circuit of explosion by the edge of Santa Catarina was getting too much out of hand, while Expand, well, they just let those fireworks. I mean, like, they enjoyed that spectacle, and they were there partying alongside. And at the end, they celebrated with that booyah, and things still remain to be the same. As for Sam9, maybe not the best we've seen from them, though they are still sitting comfortably at number 1. But I think, like, they should not be slacking as well, because we see teams like V Gaming, they've been a lot more aggressive. The Vietnamese region definitely looking a lot hungrier today.
Yeah, absolutely. Always hungry and getting hungrier every single day. But no, all these fireworks, all these magnificent scenes that we're witnessing would not have been possible by Samsung Galaxy as our partner. The latest addition to the Snapdragon Pro Series family. We're only getting bigger, better, and stronger heading into Christmas, and the new year afterwards is only going to be a better future going into 2023. So really excited to have them with us. We're going to Purgatory for the next round, and I think when it comes to a map that big, some of these teams are generally a bit more comfortable. Talking about Heavy, Sam9 in particular, very, very stable team when we look at the mid to late game. So I think maybe Purgatory is going to give us a better idea of how these teams want to play for the rest of the day, because game number 1 felt a bit uncharacteristic for Heavy.
Yeah, exactly, and I guess like maybe they just feel a little bit more comfortable in a wider map setting overall. Kalahari could be quite the handful to handle with, especially when you look at those situations where you're surrounded by multiple teams and you have players just grappling left, right, and center. So it is a little bit more chaotic. So now maybe the chaos will settle down in Purgatory instead, where you have a lot more options to choose from when it comes down to your initiative of the standard drops that we've seen from the couple of days. So we still expect to see a little bit more of those action happening, you know, typically around areas like Ski Lodge, Forge, and at times around the outskirts of Boathouse as well. So these are some of the things that we'll be keeping our eyes on in the early phases, and then we'll see what really happens later on.
Most of the actions recently has actually been happening at Ski Lodge. You know, teams like KOG, I think VGM as well really love that area. We're gonna head into Purgatory for our second round of the day, and with this flight path, it's safe to say that Ski Lodge might just be another, might just be the hot zone again on Purgatory. Semnai is kind of spreading out at Moathouse. That was an area that Anxiety really loved, but since Semnai took over, Anxiety has abandoned ship and completely deserted Moathouse, giving it over to Semnai. But you know, there are weaknesses to how Semnai is deciding to spread out at Moathouse, especially when you have all these early contacts. Heavy being nearby, FARANG, First Raiders, and DEWA United also might be in a three-way deadlock to start things off.
Oh boy, look at Bayet. He's just in the middle of everybody out there. I guess like he's just lucky enough that not everyone have retrieved their weapons just about yet. FARANG already being alarmed with a little bit of a frags being thrown all about. So Axis start off with the first blood as they take out Bond from PvE Gaming. So this time, much better. Looks like they will be able to break out that gridlock and, of course, sell this with a Vendetta instead. We've seen this happen on the past game, and it will happen again. So round 2, let's see if Axis will change the score lines.
Yeah, Vantan getting a crucial kill for his teams. Kind of evening out the score between these two. It seems like Axis, they kind of had the better info. Multiple sprays, Shahid catching Vantan completely unaware, and that's number 2 for Axis Esports. BGM this time on the receiving end of kind of a heap of punish from Axis, but they're not done just yet. They found Darklord, who just used the vending machine to bring Bond back, giving VGM a secondary lifeline. Bond is going to be just traveling far down south, leaving the rest of his team to stall as much time as possible.
Yeah, and a solid 2 kills to be garnered by Axis Esports, and they can still eventually find a revival point later on. Oh my goodness, Neptune managed to juke it all out and still find that club on the ground. Now it's going to take a sweet time and, well, leaving one behind, give them a little bit more time to revive and continue to farm those numbers. So that game plan could work out for Axis.
Bond is kind of in danger though. It's a 1 versus 1 with Hawkeye for now. The rest of Anxiety, they are quickly showing up, and that glue wall is just going to confirm where Bond is. He's able to take down his own glue wall to make an escape, but let's see if he can juke around this container. It seems like that's not going to be the case. Hawkeye finds him. BGM down to just one last member. It's Binsu still out there in the open. He's going to show up. And it's going to be a 1 versus 1 for real this time between him and Basic, and he gets the drop onto Basic, at least keeping VGM in the game and getting a free kill for himself.
Yeah, Basic was a little unaware as he was just scouting out in the open, and after that, getting absolutely punished by the singular target unit of V Gaming. At least V Gaming still managed to last out for now, but we will see the rest of Anxiety on the move, and seemingly not enough to basically chase upon the final member of V Gaming, but rest assured they'll be having a smooth cruise now that they've already passed this campsite. They're looking towards securing that southern region for some reason, hoping to find maybe players out of Team Flash or even Expand, just holding a little bit more ground and receiving a little bit more intel would provide them sufficient details in order to last out this round. Meanwhile, with the first phase already closing out, we see V Gaming still struggling, and now with Expand being around the corner, it looks like his day might just be numbered.
Yeah, on the other side of the map is FARANG and Heavy. Kind of in a standoff. Spade did get revived. Kind of an indicator that perhaps Heavy has already made contact with FARANG. The bad news for FARANG is that they have a revival point in front of them, but they can't get close to it. Multiple conflicts happening on the map. Expand also finds himself in their own pickle. This Mexican standoff is going to just be like this for quite a while.
Yeah, looks like they've spotted out the final member of V Gaming. Bad news overall, and Big Sue only managed to knock down too fast. Thankfully, X-Roy is really close by, or else, I don't know, it'll be a shame if he plays outside of the zone instead.
Yeah. This is good news for MDH.
Yeah.
Now VGM, the first thing to go out. All MDH needs to do is just to keep on going in this round. Too bad, getting pressured by the members of Heavy, just doubling up on him, sending 2 members after Too Bad. Tom XT leading the charge, and with Too Bad in that house, it's honestly not much places for him to go. The time turner will buy a bit of time, but as Too Bad takes the back door out, it's going to confirm his location. Tom XT looking for that 1 versus 1 straight into its face. It's a good trade, and at the end of it, it's actually a 1-for-1.
Wow, it's a really close fight between these players out there. Jembo coming with a long-range shot from the hillside. He's not going to be able to offer all too much, so he will just leave Too Bad to be forsaken out there. Meanwhile, Spade having a challenge of his own, trying to deal with Heavy still. They've already utilized a couple of glue walls here. Spade will be able to buy significant time for the rest of FARANG to be able to re-engage eventually, especially when Jembo comes into position. But he's going to be challenging Buffalo, so that's not an easy task.
Yeah, and FARANG are incredibly spread out as well. Heavy in the center, and just in time for Too Bad to go down, so Tom XT just drops right back, just gears himself up as fast as he can. Heavy back in a good shape. And Jembo, he did take a couple of shots at Buffalo, but with no confirmed knocks, it is very hard for him to maneuver. In fact, I have no idea how Spade is gonna, how Jembo is gonna get out of this. Especially not in the midst of the entirety of Heavy. He's just gonna get knocked down. Tom XT might be traded back, and of course he does. But at the end of the day, it's still Heavy with that advantage.
Yeah, just having such a firm hold here by the station, and Buffalo just making all these wonders happen. And that's already 3 points for Heavy, and they get to revive Tom instantaneously. So, perfect gameplay that we're seeing here from Heavy. They will take a slower pathway into the circle while they've been able to reap all the benefits of these numbers that they've been getting so far. It's about one by the skies, but that's too much for Mill now to be able to get a pickoff. Still, 49 players still remain for the time being while Axis convoys away. They will need to bypass Expand safely, and therefore we might expect a fight coming from both teams.
Yeah, just beeline towards Expand. Expand at the same time actually decided to rotate as well. That puts them on the low ground. Axis is going to get the drop on them. Expand completely unaware. Shahid, he is far, far forward, but does have a couple of glue walls to keep himself safe. Actually, we're just going to blow through that, and Shahid did not expect an overwhelming firepower from Expand, but Exile now puts himself in danger. It's a 1-for-1 trade for both teams. Can Axis hold on though? They got the ambush on the Expand, now they need to clean it up. Flame is going to be the next person making contact at that campfire. Tops him up to full health, and all the members of Expand are now going in for the rush. X-Roy turns the corner but loses the fight too fast, it's too low, and with the glue wall dropping, Expand might just not have enough health to win this one, but Shah might save it. It's a 1v1 right now between him and Neptune and Raph. It's Neptune that wins that one out, and the ambush works out for Axis. 7 points and counting.
And look at Neptune, he's just surviving by the skin of his teeth. And that was such a close fight where it's just going down to that point-blank shot. Meanwhile, we have a 3-way battle. Sem9 stuck in between KOG, and there's also MDH nearby. So this is not looking too clear-cut for either side of the team. KOG trying to corral whatever they have as they throw all the grenades out the window and preparing themselves with all the glue walls being set right in. So they are prepared for an ambush. But I'm not too sure if anyone really wants to run right in, though. KOG will try to reposition Well, the shots are perfect. Raja, the first one to be knocked down.
Yeah, Happy, what a shot. The AWM, incredibly deadly from that range. With that being said, 7-9, we're able to pick Raja back up, but you have Team Flash on the outskirts. And all of this surveillance that Team Flash has. Happy, another knock, this time onto Zen. Zen DH really putting in the work, and Happy kind of debuting on the very last day of this phase number 2. Might just be the key that MDH needs to bring them in the top 6. 7-9 under immense pressure from MDH.
Man, Brasilia is just a slaughterhouse right now, especially with Team Flash on the outskirts looking by. It's all about whatever pickup that they can basically get. Well, I'm not too sure if there's any much more usage for this monster truck for 7-9. It's already been busted off, so they couldn't really exit for the time being. Meanwhile, Axis continues on with a massive onslaught as they wrap around the corners. And we understand why so many players are around Brasilia, because that's the center point of where our player area is. While Axis, they're going to be able to climb up those hills, and maybe that's where they get their leverage.
And, you know, on the other side of the map, I wonder how would First Raiders approach this with the blue zone kind of really pressuring them. They do have a very direct way in, so they will take that vehicle and navigate into the circle while this deadlock continues. 5 teams participating in this exchange of fire. First Raiders spotted out by Team Flash to start it off, but unfortunately Team Flash does not have the line of sight to threaten First Raiders further, so they will be able to remain safe.
And for the time being, as much as we see so much action happening, KOG remains to have no eliminations whatsoever from all these skirmishes that they've been taking. Now, MDH, they spot some targets. FR slowly moving into the city as well. So this is just going to get a lot more congested. Meanwhile, Heavy does have a lot more of an open spacing, but if they were to be forced into the city, there's not much room for them to work with. So they have to rely on whatever glue walls, and there's still a flank in effect coming here from Team Flash. So this next hard shift will dictate who gets the biggest of advantage.
Absolutely. We have, what, 9 more teams remaining. And it's 11.5 minutes in. That is a lot of teams for the state of the game we're in right now. Anxiety might change that though. It's a 3 versus 4 against none other than Heavy, and this is not an easy task. They need to somehow kill Heavy, but Heavy, they're receiving, you know, accidental assistance, indirect one from Team Flash, and Anxiety did not stand a chance.
Man, that really felt pretty bad in such a way that they were just rotating inwards, and they basically took whichever pathway was the safest, and of course, Heavy was perfectly placed into that north section, so therefore there's just no entry point safe for Anxiety, and they just have to bow out for another round. So tough luck. It's been quite a difficult tournament thus far with such heavy stacks of great talents overall. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at FR. They're up to something over the south side. Four teams out there. Heavy now going up for a challenge against DEWA United.
This is going to be crucial though, the grenade launcher in hand of BAMS. They have the nades as well to flush out the members of DEWA United. One by one, Heavy dropped in. Fudai already started it off with a kill onto Renz. DEWA United down 1 man. Heavy continuing to push. This is the Heavy special. You love to see it. They just fly in, dunk on you, and try to wipe you out. And DEWA United completely unprepared. And you have Heavy. They've sent 3 men to the front line, but there's one guy staying behind, and that guy is Buffalo. Long range assistance activated for Heavy. They've somehow managed to split the battle lines of DEWA United. Rain gets caught. Virus is also pretty much done and dusted as the last man alive is BAMS. And unfortunately, under the weight of Heavy, he's just going to get crushed. DEWA United have not much time left.
It's just ridiculous how they execute inside of all these compounds. And speaking of execution, Axis wants to turn things around as well. Raph immediately runs right in with the help of Neptune, clipping 2 members with a grenade. Axis Cure to storm them out, and they find themselves 10 elimination points in this matchup, and they will be the ones to clear out Heavy.
One of the best possible timings for Axis to show up. Heavy were completely unprepared for that. They lost 2 members in an instant. They could not respond at all. MDH pressured by the blue. And also have a couple of glue walls as well, but they need to start rotating into the circle. Don't Cry will be the first one to do so, but he's being threatened heavily by First Raiders, and those glue walls can only hold for so long. time turner even used as well. He's trying to delay time to let his team banish themselves up, but you have Team Flash on the left, you have First Raiders on the right, and you have KOG right in front. MDH, they gotta pick their poison.
Yeah, and there's just no way out for them. They're just stuck by the corner. Bio does find more of these members of MDH. Meanwhile, Sem9 getting the optimum angle. They do have circle with them as well. They get to dictate who gets in, who gets out. Vickery hoping to land the mark onto Axis. Now he has to switch targets with more pressure coming in from the southern side.
Yeah, KOG and First Raiders are literally in the center right now. KOG in the building, and First Raiders somehow on the rooftop. Milk have no chance in that exchange. MDH down one man. Axis is trying to make that launch pad and fly themselves into the zone, and they're doing it one by one. Axis still keeping themselves safe, but this is turning into a little fire range. Soza gets the bomb onto Hong Ang, and that will be MDH losing the second man, but Soza is going to keep on going. All those nades rain now from the rooftop like a New Year's fireworks parade. Ekao though, unfortunately, gets clipped. First Raiders down the tree, and now they are feeling the heat as well. Axis actually tried to challenge them on the rooftop, but Shayet makes a crucial mistake and gets taken out.
Such a genius move coming from FR as they basically take the best part possible, and they will just be able to rotate wherever they want. Meanwhile, everyone on the lower ground is just struggling to make ends meet. FR, they're keeping their taps onto Sem9 bottom windows. They will have Newbie being clipped out as well, but this is coming from Rav from the other side of the angles. More grenades being tossed in.
Wow.
It's a beautiful one coming from Rav.
Rav continuing to rack up the numbers for Axis. This is a great opportunity for him as well. Rav getting 14. 15 coming through, Zen goes down, courtesy of Neptune and Sem9. It's only down to Vickery that wall falls, and soon will Vickery. Time turner only delaying the inevitable. Axis with 15 points and still going, and now turning their attention over the Team Flash. Yanmin shows out the front door, and Neptune just puts a shot to his ribcage. First Raiders though still holding onto that rooftop, but Axis, they're slowly challenging them.
Non-stop action from all the teams that are remaining. Only 4 more surviving for the time being. FR still trying to land the marks here. Dark Claw hoping to find Rav, but he does not find that pixel over by the chimney, while Flame gets dropped instead. FR still has to find that mark. One tap, not enough to remove Rav just yet, and he doesn't really have much space. This circle is about to deplete, and he has to hop right downwards. Souza trying to survive for the team. They are here to storm them out, but Souza, he's just not really finding the mark. He will fall, and Dark Ball is the only member that will be the all-seeing eye for the team.
Yeah, this is going to be a 4 versus 4. Fefaro down one guy, KOG all stuck in the building, and Knight, they actually parries to the blue zone, so this is a kind of a 3 versus 2 situation, but who's going to go down? It feels like the healing game. Ekao, can you hold on? He's in the center, but Kevin is pressuring him. Ekao, he doesn't have much more room to wriggle, and just by the essence of time, Ekao just stood strong. First Raiders with the Booyah, one of the best possible rounds that they could have gotten, starting with VGM getting knocked out first, MDH not having a good round, and First Raiders needing to catch up, and they are now one step closer to doing so.
What a phenomenal win for First Raiders, and this is possibly the hardest round that we've had throughout the day so far. There's so many players in Brasilia that you don't even know where to aim because everywhere is just surrounded by all these players out there. And we thought, hey, KOG, they stood a chance. They didn't really find that many numbers at first, but the compound that they had was perfect, right? Like, they've been waiting for it a long time. They did find a number of kills, but we thought by the end of that round, he would have a little bit more wiggle room to get out. Kevin was trying to outlast it. And the only area that he basically can secure is to hop out that window, but that will expose him to the rest of FR. He had to settle for a second, which honestly isn't too bad for the team. KOG has been able to secure a top 3 finish for the past 2 rounds at the very least. But man, what an important win for FR. This is just spectacular.
Absolutely. I mean, for KOG, doesn't really matter, right? They are already in top 6. For Axis though, this monstrous round came a bit late. Would not change much for Axis overall, but for First Raiders, they are definitely the biggest winners. And it all started with kind of the rooftop takeover. Deciding to perch themselves on the rooftop of the same building that KOG has occupied, and really using that to their advantage. They were not able to voucher away too many kills, but even at the end of the round, they were able to total that up to 10. And I think that is more than enough if you are in FR's position, and considering how teams that you're trying to catch up to were not able to put up the same numbers, I think you will be really happy if you're first raters.
Yeah, in such a situation where everything is just topsy-turvy, like just basically have to outsmart its opponents, FR has managed to do that. Meanwhile, Axis, sure, they tried to brute force their way for plenty of times. The only member that they were relying on was from Rav, that has that oversight of the entirety of the view. And even so, we see Souza doing a fantastic job. And then till this point where they just have to basically fight for every inch of the zone that's necessary. And by then, I think like they knew this win was in their hands already, especially they do have one. Trying to hunt out from the inside, but well, with a glue wall right there, just no way to secure the final kill at the very least.
Yeah, I just want to say Ika with the big brain play, just making sure Kevin stays where he was and not able to contest them outside. Axis Esports finishing this round, 16 kills, but only in third place, so they get 24 points. First raters Eclipse getting 22, and if you look at their closest competitor, MDH only got 6, B Gaming only got 2, so this is a great round for the Indonesian squad.
Yeah, and we'll see them rising up a little bit more on the standings. Meanwhile, of course, FARANG V Gaming, they didn't really get the best out of circumstances, but I really felt for Heavy because they've been doing so well getting those numbers. Honestly, if the invade didn't happen coming from Axis, they might have actually gotten a whole lot more, just judging from the way that they've been able to sweep up that compound so efficiently, just that they were a little bit overwhelmed with, you know, the attrition that they were put into.
Yeah, Axis found such a great timing to take out Heavy. So it's just a situation of an unfortunate event for Heavy at the end of the day. Not that it matters too much for Heavy though. I think it still puts them in very good position to perhaps take first place. We'll check that out after we look at the overall leaderboards later. But for now, we gotta thank our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters. We are done with 2 rounds, and this is not just 2 rounds. We actually played hundreds of rounds of Free Fire across 2 seasons. It's all thanks to these people over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. But we also got to thank Samsung Galaxy being the latest addition to our Snapdragon Pro Series family. They joined at a perfect time, just in time for Christmas and New Year. The next year will be better than ever. But on top of that, if you wonder why everyone is so juiced up, it's because we bleed green with Monster Energy, unleashing the beast within everyone. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you're looking for great deals and game top-ups, look no further than www.kachishop.com. And while we leave you guys to get your great deals, we are also going to take a breather. We'll be off for a short break, but when we come back, it's off to Alpine for round number 3.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
We're back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 2 Challenge Group Stage Phase 2. Today's final day. We have 5 more rounds to go. Then we will find out which 6 teams will qualify for the Challenge Finals, which will be happening in Jakarta next year. My name is Husky, and alongside me is Contra to bring you guys the rest of the show.
That's right, and well, we've seen some pretty sick plays going on, and especially in Purgatory. That battle in Brazil was what every viewers want to see in Free Fire battles. All your favorite teams all clumped up together to see who has not only the brains but the bronze to be able to outlast all the competitors. Of course, thanks to Samsung Galaxy Z Fold, we get to see so many of all these amazing stuff. And of course, with the update of the standings, well, we see Heavy, of course, being at the #1 spot.
Yep.
So 7-9 expand now being pushed slightly downwards.
Heavy being in first place, very, very well deserved. This has been the best performing team in Phase 2, and they've finally gotten their that first place finish. But look at where first graders Eclipse are. They have just slightly overtaken MDH, placing themselves 3 points away from overtaking B-Gaming Esports. The dream for first graders is real right now.
Exactly, and that Booyah itself further gives them a solid chance. And we're talking about 5 more maps to be played, Husky, and it's really down to how well these few teams are doing from the 5th position all the way up to 8th. And it will always be switching from round to round, but we've seen the past round itself, V-Gaming did manage to get much of these leads going for them. Same goes to Team Flash, where sure, they did survive for the most part, but they didn't really garner enough of all these eliminations from the helter-skelter of a team fight that they've been having around that outskirts of Brasilia. And then, boy, to take a look at that past round, some of the biggest winners that we've had was actually from Axis Esports with those amount of elimination points. So, sure, they're still trying to keep their dreams alive, but I don't know, 5 rounds is quite a tough ask. That's also to see if other teams are gaining enough points or not. So
Yeah.
Still, what really matters is for some of these teams to hold their ground in the top 6. And first Raiders Eclipse, I'm pretty sure everyone in Indonesia is currently rooting for them.
I mean, Indonesian fans definitely are you know, having the sights set on first Raiders Eclipse to potentially make it true. I mean, to a certain extent, DEWA United Esports also has an opportunity, right? We already have 2 Indonesian teams who have qualified for Jakarta, with Evo's Divine, with SCS Alpine, basically the 2 of the biggest teams for Free Fire in Indonesia. You know, we're talking about Evos, and Evos had 2 teams there. One from Thailand, which is Evos Phoenix. So, I mean, Jakarta is already going to be incredibly lit, but if you are an Indonesian Free Fire fan, you would love to have more of your local teams making it there.
Exactly, and of course, just making some calculations here, even King of Gamers Club, if they did not perform in this round in particular, Team Flash can further solidify themselves into the top 4. And for V-Gaming, of course, there's still a significant gap to even cut into the top 5. So they really have to put in the best of numbers, and I think like the past 2 rounds have not convinced us just yet coming in from V-Gaming, where sure, round 1 they get a few takedowns coming from Axis Esports, but other than that, I don't think it was as significant as it seemed. So I feel like they're currently in this predicament here, like, are we supposed to play for those ranking points? Are we supposed to chase for those eliminations where we risk ourselves? Because we've seen them try both, and neither one is currently working.
Yeah, they started the day with a decent cushion, but right now that has been kind of pulled away from underneath their feet. I think just be yourself, right? I think if you're a VGM, you want to kind of play how you usually play. And what VGM has always done good is all these slow and dragged out fights. VGM, they are very comfortable when they are able to control the flow of all these skirmishes. But we're seeing teams getting more and more aggressive and more in your face, and VGM has really been struggling to keep up.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that First Raiders here have really quick wits when it comes down to going for these final hurdles, especially with that big brain play that see them securing that booyah on that pass route. Like, of course, with them just edging the opponents by having advantage of grounds to work with has been able to reward them with such a huge victory. So if in any circumstances as such, even if say we get that fight between a 4v4 V Gaming versus First Raiders here, I feel like we still have this momentum build-up that has been favoring on the side of FR for most part. So I feel like they have most of that confidence when they do get into those kind of situations, whereas for V Gaming, sure, you have mentioned that, yeah, they're the ones that will be battling out for the long term, but I feel like the pace has ramped up so much, they're not given enough room to do so.
Yeah, I think right now I think 2 days ago, we've kind of talked about, at least on the table, that some of these teams needs to start feeling worried, right? Like you're sure you have a decent lead over the teams in 7th and 8th place, but with how some of these squads performed yesterday, especially First Raiders, you know, it's not impossible for them to catch up, and they definitely have. Right now, with just 3 points away from making it into top 6 for the first time, I think First Raiders are incredibly happy, and this all just this all stemmed from yesterday's performance as well. 3 out of 8 booyahs, and even in rounds that they did not get booyahs, they finished with a pretty average result. And I think the momentum has carried forward to today.
Exactly, and what they really have to continue on is to at least secure 8 to 12 points to be very, very safe for the upcoming 5 rounds, of course. Meanwhile, for V Gaming, man, they really gotta amp up those numbers, right? Like, we look at what they're getting on an average. Sure, get one decent round. It's honestly not good enough when you're looking at FR, who's just continuing with those streaky numbers, and when they do come with those high-flying close, you see 20 over points in that one round.
Yeah, I think out of the 4 Vietnam teams that we have right now, the most consistent one is Heavy. You know, Team Flash also have their moments. MDH is just on a downward spiral, and then you have V Gaming, who seemingly is heading towards that path as well. So there is a bit of worry, a warranted concern if you are looking at these teams, but hopefully that is going to change when we go to Alpine, because it's one of those maps where I think that there's a bit more freedom for these teams to play around. But when we talk about Alpine, we have to talk about Expand. It's their favorite map. It's one of the maps that they are the most consistent on, and even on their bad days, Alpine seems to be the map that they're comfortable getting decent scores.
Exactly, and I think like at least like with them having a little bit more of the map awareness in this particular map, I feel like this could basically give them a slight advantage overall against those form of teams, especially when we've seen how crucial it is to secure certain areas of the map. And of course, with certain players opting to play around that snowfall to initiate, to get the massive loots, and we've started to see like teams not fighting for those blue zones just as much as before.
Oh yes.
And I think like they understand, okay, there's a lot at stake, and we'd rather take central areas of play like Rivermouth, Rye, and areas surrounding that sector itself. So I think like establishing that firm hold itself is something that they've been able to at least farm something out later on in return.
Yeah, and with the teams we have, I think when it comes down to Alpine, the most populated area is actually the central area, where we looked at Forest Red. I think Forest Red, Rivermouth, Fusion, and Militia always have teams with them, and this also makes it very interesting because Expand loves Forest Red, but they also love to split up when they land at Forest Red. And there were certain rounds that the round starts and they are already surrounded by multiple teams. They started losing players, but they can't go to any revival points because their surroundings were guarded by different squads. But thankfully, I think they have found a way to deal with that. Yesterday, they show us a good example of it. They just have to continue doing so at least you don't have this very early scenario where you start bleeding out and you can't recover.
Exactly, and when we talk about bleeding out here, I feel like a few teams have shown that they've been bleeding quite a lot. Anxiety, especially when they've been trying for those number of rounds already, they still haven't been able to basically find a safe route of rotation, and also those team fights weren't really handled too well to be specific. Let's hope that they will be able to at least get something better now that they are around the carousel. But look what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, because we are having a little bit of party. Start up, KOG initiates with his first pick against MDH. And that's going to be a trade back coming in from FARANG as well. This three-way battle starting off a high note.
Yeah, both KOG and MDH losing a member to start it off, but MDH, they are kind of further away from Railroad, so they will be in a safer position. Can't say the same for KOG though. Hawkeye, in the meantime, losing one of their members to MDH of all teams. Kind of a four-way fight to start things off, but Nuke is kind of trapped in this low position, and he gets spotted out, I believe, by Shomai, who is going to run across the building. See this 1 versus 1. Nuke doesn't have any medkits to work with though, so has to rely on the campfire.
Stuck by the containers, Osaka doesn't seem like he has much of a way out, but it seems like even Axis does give him a little bit of a leeway, while we see Rav dealing with the other amount of players coming in from DEWA United. FARANG off to such a stellar start, but then again, it's not really a clear-cut answer yet. Rav, my goodness, how many kills have you gotten in the span of this minute itself?
I think the last few kills has been Rav, even towards the end of last round. Finally woken up. I mean, Rav really wants to qualify for the finals because that's, he's actually the first and only import that we have so far for Malaysian Free Fire team. So you definitely want to qualify, go back to Jakarta, go back to homeland to play in front of your home crowd. That journey, still very far away, unfortunately, for Axis and Rav. You can see that he is putting in the work. MDH very, very split up with one another. Don't cry. I think he has been spotted out by FARANG.
Yeah, but for the time being, they won't be able to strike him down just yet. Well, they know that he's positioned into the center of nowhere, so don't cry. We'll still have to cuddle inside of the train for the time being. Well, Temple does let him go, so maybe he didn't really see that for most part. Nuke's going to join right in. So MDH does have a slight chance over taking his win against FARANG, while Bayat's getting tagged up. Two Bat's going to go in for a chase as well. After being brought in, he jumps into the other time turner instead. Two Bat goes out for that trade, but Nuke will still secure one in return.
And that is a very easy one for Nuke as well. MDH, despite a very chaotic start, finds themselves having 4 points already. All of these were isolated kills. Very, very important kills if you are an MDH player, considering that you're not too far away from making it, from kind of cashing back up to first raiders, and especially when they're slipping further and further away. One of the things that MDH, I think their team manager did talk about in an interview is when push comes to shove, when it's crunch time, they do show up. So now we want to see them show up. This is crunch time.
Indeed, and you see like every single round that they've been playing, we see a lot more progression coming in for today. Of course, they did have a little bit of slump, as you mentioned, on these couple of other days that they've been playing out, but it's all about who ends up in the finish line, and this is definitely the perfect time. Speaking of which, Mando is having a little bit of leverage with that distance as well as the time turner, but Bayat still giving him a little bit more pressure as he's only got 3 needs to work around with. So not really the best of position. He's thankful that at least FARANG doesn't have a stack of 4. Therefore, by it, it's also treading with caution.
He himself also does not have much to work with, but FARANG is doing a very important job, and that is to prevent MDH from stepping foot on the revival point to bring the rest of the team back. Good news for MDH is that they actually still have one more member who is out on the loose, and they were able to revive one of their fallen members elsewhere. So even if this 2 goes down, MDH would still be in the game. So that is the best possible news. In fact, it seems like MDH want to connect with their own teammates. Don't Cry able to snipe by it. FARANG is the one that suffers.
Wow, great tag team action coming from Don't Cry as well as Nuke. It worked well, and of course, by it, just have to soak in all that flurry of bullets flying into the entire section of the warehouse. So finally, railroad scores being settled after amount of teams that have been visiting it. Here, of course, being one of the major areas of having the high tier loot possible. We often see a lot of contests coming into this sector of the region. We do have the airships deploying as well, so let's see what MDH can basically get out of that. Long on. Should be revived for now. Don't Cry is already on his way there.
Yeah, MDH somehow still pretty much able to kind of equip themselves with decent resources. So we can expect them to have at least an average game in this round. First rate is still very much quiet thus far. In fact, have not shown themselves much on the radar. And the circle favors them. They're right smack in the center. This next circle is going to force a lot of people to start moving. MDH able to gatekeep at least 2 squads for now, but KOG actually spotted out MDH. Don't Cry at their doorstep.
Oh
absolutely run down.
Yeah, was absolutely overwhelmed. There's nothing much left in the tank for him. Meanwhile, KOG is just having a little bit of a slow start to the day. But like you said early on, based on the minimap, FR is in the best position possible. So they can hold on for dear life if they want to. While Heavy's going to be the one that challenges access from the southern side. So if they do pass by River of Mouth, that would be a little bit of a problem. V Gaming, surprisingly, they've got vehicles to work with in order to escape out of scuffles. They were surrounded by multiple teams. And speaking of which, oh boy, Happy taking the brunt of the damage. Anxiety getting that first pointer in. Basic.
Yeah, tried to hide under a solar panel. Didn't work out. Anxiety, gotta face off against VGM right now. This is a crucial one for VGM. And so far, Anxiety hasn't been winning a lot of these, CQCs, these 4v4 hit-on fights. So VGM on paper should have the better chance of winning this one. Shomai getting pressured. You can see that Kanoho is just lobbing nades from that backline. Dark Lobe doesn't get connected. Good time turner to deny the damage. This Kanoho might just get flanked. VGM on the assault. FARANG somehow. I just saw one guy fly above, and that guy probably just got revived. Shomai getting taken now. Anxiety actually tries to escape from this one. Kanoho just tried to drive the monster truck away. No intention to contest VGM, and this might just be an easy wipeout for VGM, and it will be.
Oh, goodness gracious. And speak of a wipeout, here comes the Tigers though. Sam9, they're also hoping to eliminate V Gaming overall. And they just got off with some takedowns over onto Anxiety, and now they're getting panic attacks of their own, especially without much being left in the tank. ZOP just charging right in. They've already found the first pick in the form of Bun. All of them hiding under their panels, waiting to trade right back. Not fast enough. Bingsu goes down. ZOP gets the strike, and they still continue on chase. What a mid-air strike! Perfect shot onto VGM.
And Vantan drops on top of Nuke as well. This is a 1 versus 1 between these two. If Vantan wins this one, it's going to be good. Honestly, whoever wins this one will feel good because they are direct competitors on the leaderboard. Campfire drop down. Nuke tries to regain some health. Gets swung from behind. Actually loses that one. Vantan wins. MDH still has one more guy left alive, but VGM lives to fight another day.
My goodness, what a close battle that was. And it boils down to this tight area underneath the bridge where they're only relying on the shotguns, and we see a couple of whips as well. Man, it would have made a huge difference if they do connect another shot. While KOG, at least they are a little bit more settled, knowing that their competitors are wiping themselves out overall.
Yeah, and MDH has been wiped out. VGM revived, I believe, two of the fallen members, so kind of back to square one. They hit the reset button. Circle moving down south a bit. First Raiders actually can gatekeep multiple teams. This is a good chance for them to further extend the lead for themselves, because even if VGM revive the members, they actually don't have much to work with. And Heavy has sustained heavy damage down to this Buffalo.
Yeah, I'm uncertain how he could basically get to that revive point. It's all absolutely guarded off, especially now Axis is in that perfect center location. Meanwhile, Spade, he does get a little bit more of a leeway here. He wants to eventually get all the M9 members back up. I mean, even for FARANG, they could opt to do so as well. Now, ZenOP will seek him out. Unfortunately, he's hiding in quite the obvious area, I would say.
Nowhere else for him to go. FARANG now also spread out as well. Gemma getting hunted down by First Raiders. There's an easy swing from Darko for that one.
Ah, man. This is why you gotta check every single corner. Darklaw, though, having great awareness overall. Now, like I said, the gatekeeping comes into effect. And even with the UAV zone, does get the rest of the M9 members being spotted out. DEWA United trying to cut across the bridge, expand, trying to stop them on their tracks, though. FARANG finishes on 10th place, and they didn't even seem that they've gotten much action while V-Gaming continues to farm off those numbers. DEWA United continues on with the trade. This time, they finally bring one member down out of expand.
Yeah, DEWA just going in for the rush. Attempting to brute force a true expand so far. Not looking too good for themselves though. Expand able to get BAMs as well. Too fast with the grenade launcher doing the work. DEWA United not only are split from one another, they also are starting to lose a lot of grounds. Rain not able to provide assistance, has his vision blocked off by that glue wall. But thankfully for Renz, he was able to down too fast. He's looking to go for the finisher, but the glue wall fell a bit too fast. Acceleration gets kind of tagged by the shotgun. Rain keeping it alive for DEWA United. But he's gonna get outnumbered pretty soon. It's all down to him. Expand taking down to the blue zone, but the inhalers keeping the members of Expand just barely alive. All of them in the red. Can Rain do more? Tag shot down. Rain still wasting time around here, just making sure that he stays alive. But Roy is looking for the finisher. He's gonna find it.
Well, there's no way out to the maze of glue walls that they've created overall. Expand, just knowing how to fit every puzzle pieces all together. Now, first get some healing done. We'll be able to get back to 100% eventually. Meanwhile, Raja immediately goes in with the shotgun shell straight to Vantan. So that will at least hinder the progress of V-Gaming that's been on the streak, all thanks to Vantan overall. Zem9 has gotten 5 out of this early battles. Now they are charging directly towards the area where Axis Esports is currently at.
I don't think Raja knows that it is heavy populated. Thankfully, while he stops at where Buffalo is, so there's still a chance to turn it into a 1 versus 1. Darko getting victory out as well. Axis looking to gatekeep First Raiders as V-Gaming are already out, so it's another good round for First Raiders if they can just keep on going until the late game.
Yeah, all they have to do is just to hold on for now. That's why they're just finding whatever walls necessary to turtle right in. Meanwhile, Expand, I think they have a lot of battles to choose right here. Team Flash will be the ones that they will target first, lobbing a little bit of grenade while Dark Ball gets shot being pinned down. So this three-way battle doesn't seem like it's profiting all too much for Expand, but he does get the angle. Roy did manage to secure the shot. The blue wall's already up by the time that he goes in for the attempt. Spots out Shin. No pixel shots coming out just yet. No more grenades to even work with for the time being. So Shin! Oh goodness, Axel does connect that though.
Yeah, what a shot from Axel. And now they're going into rush Team Flash. Team Flash putting up a plethora of blue walls, but there is still an entrance for them to vault through the window and expand and looking to take control of this compound. The only compound that is in the circle as well, Team Flash didn't stand a chance at all, and expand getting that way, and now on the other side is actually trying to rush down First Raiders. Those blue walls buying a lot of time, but First Raiders got to take this fight head on. It's Ecal making first contact, Rev wrapping around from the corner, Darko somehow able to slip away in the shadows. It's Ecal getting a knock, and it's a trade in the meantime. Buffalo expires to the blue zone. Can they get Darko back up? Yes, they can. Sem9 somehow. Raja finds himself in the mix trying to play spoilers, but ends up getting taken out anyways. First Raiders down to just 2 members, Darko and Lozzy, trying to stay alive. It's Raph at the window, but he's taken down to the blue zone, so Raph forced to run out. It's Axo, who provides assistance from afar. Expand having a field day, and it seems like this just could be another booyah for Expand. They are completely uncontested. First Raiders goes down, Axon's gonna follow. This is another Expand round for sure.
Yeah, he's just having that perfect shooting range, all covered up. Axel, as well as Too Fast. They just rally up whatever numbers necessary. Now it's only down to the last bullet, and they will get the booyah, like you said. And my, that was quite the feast of battles that we are getting overall. But Expand, they were calm, they were composed. And this is just another day's work for the Malaysian team out there with another perfect victory by the end of it all. And to me, I was kind of curious when I saw Sem9, sure they only have 1 player left, and Raja, instead of choosing to stay within that location, maybe it was a little bit of pressure coming in from Expand overall, but he chose to join in that party over the north side.
Yeah,
which I think like he didn't have to.
So try to act like a third,
third wheel.
One of the teams, right? Didn't work out. Where was this Expand yesterday? Well, we needed to see this version of Expand. It's good. We talked about Alpine being their best map, and they definitely showed up. The Expand we know is very, very aggressive, but there's definitely some control aggression, some discipline within the team today, and it is doing wonders. Second booyah in a row, so to wrestle away second place is still possible. In fact, with the state of Heavy in the past 3 games, I mean, the road to first place is basically an open path for any teams right now.
Exactly, and we've seen the switch of arms for quite a number of times. Expand, I think, should be able to secure their spot once again, just to retain what was given away only for just a round or so. So, yeah. With that being said, like, if Expand continues on with this form of playstyle, I think like you could just give them the huge chunk of this challenge prize money already. Like, this is just the way to go. Efficient effort as well as a display of individual skill at the very same time nets them a total of 23 points.
Yeah, this is just, the final lap for these 12 teams, and X-Men really stepped up so far. VX is getting 18, another good round for them, but their positions unfortunately would be kind of inconsequential at this stage of the group stage. V Gaming Esports getting 13, Sem9 gets 13, First Raiders Eclipse also getting 13 as well. So First Raiders Eclipse still trying to catch up to V Gaming Esports because they tied, but that means that they are basically stone throws away from making that happen.
Yeah, and I've been keeping my eyes watched on Axis Esports, despite we were talking about those numbers being pretty hard to chase. But just look at it. Every single round, double-digit score lines, and with 4 more maps to be played out. So long as they continue with this ratio, 18 to 20 points, who knows? I mean, like, we're seeing a little bit of stagnation coming out of other teams as well. DEWA United's not really doing all too much in this round, so they have quite the solid chance to climb up ahead.
I mean, the Vietnam teams today are seemingly running out of steam, right? I mean, Heavy has not showed up 3 rounds in a row. That is a bit concerning, but Expand is our featured team for round number 3. Second booyah of the day. Just incredible performance from these boys, and maybe subbing in Shah was kind of a needed breath of fresh air, just to kind of see the different dynamic of the team who has been together for so long. And this team is actually a very well kept secret from the Malaysian scene, where there was no leaks, no one knew about the formation of this team until it got formed, and they came around, almost won a major, almost qualified for the final of a World Series, and everything seems to be falling into place on the last day of this group stage. But it is still too early to say though. We have 4 more rounds to go. Round number 4 is going to come up after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Back into the games we go. You're currently watching the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. And we got more Booyahs to offer. You're with me here, Contra, alongside with Husky. And the intensity of these battles are really getting into us. And we're still looking for 6 teams to head over to Indonesia to battle it all out with those that have already qualified. And there's still a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to point out something very funny. So I was looking at the lobby. The first two teams that made it into the lobby was actually Expand and First Raiders. So they're in high spirits. So far, out of the 3 Booyahs, 2 went to Expand, 1 went to First Raiders, and Expand right now touching first place for the very first time in Phase 2, but they only are leading by 2 points. 7-9 is second, Heavy in third, King of Gamers Club 4th place, Team Flash, V-Gaming Esports remain in 5th and 6th. First Raiders Eclipse though still need 3 points to make it in the top 6, but they're keeping it close and they're started to widen the gap between them and MDH.
Yeah, and overall it definitely makes for an interesting story when they do hit into the finals in Jakarta. When we take a look at the current power rankings only through this table itself, what if on those days Expand might just actually overwhelm even the home crowd's favorite? You did mention about EVOS, and we also have EVOS Phoenix from Thailand that's also going to be competing as well. And, well, I really do wonder, will they be able to just bounce back even harder than ever than to be, of course, being shoved down into the bracket overall? First Raiders Eclipse, though, all eyes are still on them to see if they have what it takes to knock out the Vietnamese Titans overall. But V-Gaming have shown tenacity from that previous round. They know what's at hand, and they're here to maintain the order. So, V-Gaming, they just gotta ensure that by this round itself, they make the cut into that 400-point bracket, and maybe they will be a lot safer.
Yeah, just give themselves, just make sure that they have a decent round, because First Raiders Eclipse, again, even on their bad rounds, were able to put up double-digit points. They chased from almost close to a 100-point deficit to right now just being 3 points away from top 6. And I don't see them stopping. That's the thing. I think First Raiders Eclipse are just in a very, very scary state right now. And it's a good state to be in because they are performing so well. The contrary to Heavy, who has not shown up in 3 consecutive games. Slightly worrying for a team that has performed so good for the entirety of Phase 2 up to this point. Makes me wonder what is going on behind the scenes for
maybe they just felt like, top 3, it's good enough for us. Like,
there's a price pool difference though. I mean,
there is some money difference, but you could still earn more when you're in Indonesia. I believe that maybe they understand, okay, this is where all eyes are on them. Even like those who are already qualified, they'll be watching some of these matches and say, okay, let's not reveal all of our secrets just yet. Just keep some of them, and we'll see if we do get some good rounds. We'll still be able to get our #1 spot back as compared to, just the previous round overall.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, King of Gamers having a little bit more of a steady climb as they finally make it into top 4. We started off with top 5 for today, so 1 spot up, at least a little bit more extra money in the pocket.
Yeah, King of Gamers have had a very explosive first half of a Phase 2, and that's why they're in the position they're in. There were a couple of moments where KOG kind of slipped a bit, but they were able to get back up towards the start of this week, and that is why right now they managed to overcome not only MDH but put themselves ahead of Team Flash and VGM. So I think for KOG they're in a decent spot, but statistically Heavy is still the most consistent team that we have throughout the entirety of Phase 2. Just unfortunately we didn't see much of them in the first 3 rounds. We're heading to Bermuda next. So we hit the reset button, going back into Bermuda, back to the good old classic, and I think maybe this time we will see teams like Heavy, VGM, and MDH take a bit more of that initiative.
Yeah, I would say exactly the same, where they get to stabilize a little bit more on this classic map, which we've seen them doing so well on the previous phases of those matches that they had. So today, sure, the fast tempo might have actually gotten them a little bit more in a sticky situation. So at least this tempo should be working well for them if they really want to play it a little bit slower as compared to all these other teams who are currently hungry for those kills. So we've seen things that have worked out for some other teams, like we've seen Axis as well as Farang that has been able to also score pretty well, despite them, having that low percentage of cutting into the finals, but at least having a few things to pick up from the other teams here could give them the right ideas of how to basically settle in for that top 4 situation.
There was an interview with Heavy. I think Heavy talked about how they don't want to show all of their hands. It does make sense. Maybe they want to hide something on the last day. But if anything, I feel like most teams would have seen their deck anyway. So going into Bermuda, I think Heavy so far it's either that they are just having an off day or teams are starting to figure out how they like to play. Because Heavy has been really consistent in just disrupting fights from long range. You have Buffalo who is doing all of the work. But one of the weaknesses, one of the Achilles heels for the team is that if Buffalo doesn't have his teammates with him, he becomes a very easy target, and that has been the case for the past 3 rounds.
Yeah, this team definitely relies on having a full squad all together to make things work, and I feel like not every situation gives them that form of a leeway to work things around. So for most part, I think like at the very least, if they were to be playing around, you know, areas like peak, where if they do have high elevation and more areas to cover ground, so that could basically prove to be something that they can work with if they do get those type of advantages. When it goes to the Mibasaki strip, well, good luck to them because that strip is gonna be crowded up. Here we go into Bermuda.
What is this flight path, man?
It's skewered all the way over to
we're gonna have
the north side, and look at that, the blue zone over on the Cape Town. And I'm not even certain that if anyone's gonna be able to reach that corner.
I have not seen this flight path
ever, right?
Ever. not as long as I've casted Free Fire. In the leagues to the World Series, I've never seen this flight path. It's gonna be problems for a lot of teams. So look at the congestion that we have on the western side of the map. Axis has already found one. That's KOG. That's Knight gone. Seems like they might be looking for more Axis. Oh, they are in for this one.
Oh my word, just look at Rav. He just does not stop, and he's just basically doing it all alone without the help of the rest of his teammates. And Zadi does pick up too fast, expand, kind of spread out for the time being, while Zadi does lose basic. So all these early skirmishes, they still afford to basically go in for these exchanges so long as they find themselves a station nearby. They should be good to go. But for most part, I mean, you said it perfectly from the start, right? Like, with this flight path, it forces flights to happen, and we're just seeing names appear on the screen. Shahid gets to pick up against FARANG too.
And the DEWA and Heavy have been able to separate themselves from the pack, so that is good news. But it's bad news for Anxiety, at least for Hawkeye. VGM hunting him down. He has nowhere to go. In fact, Binsu will do the job. Time gets the finishing blow. Hawkeye goes down. VGM finds the second point.
VGM gathering whatever resources that they can, and these 2 points still will be pretty important to widen up the gap that they've had against FR. Ooh, mushrooms found by Shomai, just to add a little bit more flavor to his cuisine. But Zadi still trying to at least create a perfect storm of situation for them. While Axis Esports, they've had a lot of splendid rounds to work with earlier today. But we had this conversation off air, like, is it 2 little rounds we're going to work with in order to make the cut? It seems very likely to be the case. Whereas for DEWA United, they got some rounds, but it's starting to dwindle down, and they're not really in a good shape, especially after losing the past round.
Yeah, DEWA United are quite far away from even having a chance. 7 Knights very much separated from one another. Expand able to bring too fast back. Fresh Raiders, they were at Catalystawa, but they decided to go southwards, putting them in close proximity with VGM and MDH, 2 of the teams that they want, out of their way early on.
Blood.
Bossy actually got one of the members. That one was from Anxiety, so a point for him. But Heavy, they are not backing down from this one. It's not like they have a choice. Trying to keep DEWA away so that they can fully capture the revival point, which will come true. Tom XT will be brought back.
And just look at how spread out the rest of Heavy is. I don't think they have just about what it takes to get rid of DEWA from this section of the city. And therefore, on the other side, we see them adding one more pointer right there, as that will tell it up against V Gaming overall. Heavy still keeping their tabs really closely. He does get that perfect bird's eye vision on all 4 of the members. So he has a little bit more of an idea of the whereabouts. It's all about plotting the execution though. Whereas DEWA members, they're running around the city. They're about to run into 2 of the members of Heavy as well. So it might not be the best of news. Meanwhile, Expand, they're just right next to FARANG. This is going to be a good zoning potential, especially with the danger zone popping right on top of Expand.
Yeah, First Raiders able to completely chase MDH away to get themselves 3 kills so far. DEWA United continues to try and pressure the members of Heavy.
Great
Fudai
game.
getting naded. That is an easy kill for DEWA. It's not like Heavy have any intention to kind of commit fully to this, but with Fudai going down, Heavy has to make a call right now. Do they want to back off? Do they want to stay? They might have to leave one guy behind.
Yeah, these 2 teams having the idea of getting into the blue zone to get those high tier loots, and as much as they did, well, of course, one of them has to be on that losing end. Heavy now, just needing to get out of the way. Same goes to MDH. They just left the grasp of Team Flash, thankfully enough, because they've already been depleted. They don't really have the right weaponry to deal with them as well. Again, SMGs as well, shotguns, only effective on around close range. But they'll be just luring around Pacino for the time being. Well, let's see what they can stock up this time. They do get Happy as well as Nuke back up online.
MDH continues to run. VGN so far also not doing too bad. They are picking off stragglers across the map as well. Heavy doing the same, bringing back Fudai. So we are kind of almost back to square one. The only 3 players that really got taken out were from Anxiety. Showmike couldn't find any revival point, but for everyone else, this is kind of a reset button for them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a while. I mean, there's plenty of time to go before we get more battles into the middle. And over on the Bima Sakti strip, though, with Kal already locking on target. This UAV zone just absolutely shows where Axis is currently at. So FR, they do have a little bit more of a leverage here just to basically cut off this entry point, but Axis does not care. They just brute force their way. They try to secure a little bit more ground, and KOG butts in. Flash will have 1 member down. The exchange will go through from a different point of perspective, and Flash seemingly to come up ahead.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, Flash, they were able to pick on the members of KOG, but for First Raiders, they are trying to slowly peel away from Axis. But Axis, they are hot on the trail. Kind of smell the scent. I think First Raiders have put themselves in a decent position. Now they can properly set up their defense to confront Axis. This is going to be a very important one, especially if your First Raiders Axis trying to go in for the push. The glue wall put up Lozzy, making first contact. They're trying to block off all the windows, but Lozzy, he might be left behind. Axis really trying to brute force their way through this defense. Shahid's gonna make contact. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Neptune coming in to provide a bit of backup. Those blue walls are getting erected left, right, and center. Raph dropping low, but not dead just yet. Neptune getting gunned down by Eka, but Flame immediately traces it back. It's now down to Souza, and this is crunch time for First Raiders. They need to stay alive. Souza swings the corner, gets wrapped down, and Souza might just save his team. Inhaler up, Souza turns the corner. Not enough just yet. He needs a bit more damage. Looking for Flame. Souza saves his team. 7 points, and Souza keeps First Raiders in the game.
Unbelievable work coming in from Souza. He eliminates everybody out of Axis Esports just to keep his hopes alive. And boy, oh boy, we have ourselves a race for the finish line. Heavy now putting in work against KOG. They were attacked by Team Flash initially, and MDH, they're also trolling onto them. So KOG members, they're just swarming them around this house as the wolves are basically finding all kinds of angles to approach this from. But Tom, he will bring one down before he bows out.
And Heavy, again, just another round where they could not get their feet off the ground. The revives do come true, but this staggering effect is going to keep trickling you know, into the rest of the round. Heavy just kept reviving, just revives after revives. It feels like you're coming back to life just to die again. Just could not get enough resources. But First Raiders, they only have 2 men. They actually brought Ika and Lozzy back alive, so this is a huge reset. And Souza puts in the 5th knockdown, this time on the Sam9. And First Raiders, you know that they're feeling really good about themselves. All these big plays that I don't think I've ever seen up to this point, up to yesterday.
Exactly. And the very first Booyah that we've seen coming from FR for the day when we go into our round inside Purgatory, he was the one leading the way, opening up so many opportunities for the team. And he does it again, this time by clutching those fights instead of just being a sentinel on top of the top end of the rooftops. And currently, they're the one who dictates who actually gets to play around this area of Bimasakti instead. VGM, they are approaching pretty closely as well. This is one target that FR really wants to eliminate.
And so Sam9 were not able to catch up to them because they stalled Sam9. VGM is towards the southern side, very spread out. And First Raiders find themselves in the center of the circle again. We'll see if that is going to remain. It certainly does. They are still within the safe confines of the circle. And VGM doesn't feel like too big of a threat right now.
Exactly the case. Meanwhile, there are a little bit more pressure now on the shoulders of Team Flash, who are currently sitting around the corner, checking onto all these compounds, hoping to find a connection against MDH, but they will quickly shut off Happy. And that's a triple already coming from KOG from another fight that we have on another angle. MDH, they have one member plan over top Nuke, hoping to deal some damage, but he doesn't really get the angles right as they cut across all these walls. So Clock Tower is not really the place that they will settle the scores just yet, but both teams needing to leave the facility, and whoever gets out first might just get clipped.
Dangerous times for MDH. Bloody just pushing in. Don't Cry actually getting that knock instead. But Nuke and DNP were caught out. MDH instantly wiped out the face of Bermuda. Team Flash didn't lose anyone. With MDH out, this is even worse news for the team. VGM remains, but VGM doesn't have much left. I believe they have full squad, but maybe not decked out in the way that they want to. Tom XT getting found by DEWA. Heavy continues to struggle in the round 4.
Yeah, DEWA just relying on to Rentier to be able to put more numbers back. Now, they've been spotted out already. Expand, just tagging them as they try to run their way into the Big Musakti strip. It's still a long journey for the rest of DEWA United, while Farang also joining into the party as well. Expand, hoping to secure the high heels as they are gatekeeping the rest of the teams from coming right in. But they say, okay, that's just about enough. We'll be able to at least cover a little bit more grounds for ourselves to fight our way into the deeper end of Bimisakti. Now, speaking of the deeper end of Bimisakti, KOG finally arrives to the section with only 3 members on their side. Kevin now getting tagged from the back as well. At the same time, 7-9, Tigers on the heels. Though they might not have much cover around them, they've been able to spot out Farang, and boy oh boy, V-Gaming finally gets the game that they've desired. And now, it's all the pressure on their shoulders to defend for dear life while everyone else has to battle their way into the south.
This is the true test for First Raiders. Can they break away from this deadlock? It's a 4-team affair, by the way, with 7-9 closing in from behind as well. Gotta keep an eye on Farang, though. They are gonna rush into the hive of KOG, getting a knockdown. Too bad, leading the charge, needs to find a gap, couldn't find it, but gets a knockdown, traded back. Osaka just gives his life away. And Farang able to wipe out KOG with minimal casualties, in fact. But First Raiders still kind of under the microscope as they have been in the way of Sem9. They've already lost 2 members so far. Spade finding Souza. That is bad news for First Raiders.
Yeah, and remember that Flash, they won that fight inside of Clock Tower. Now they get a little bit more of the safety ground control, so they will be the one that will be able to challenge V-Gaming. Meanwhile, 7-9, they're only surviving by the glue walls that they've erected in the middle of nowhere, and Air was just blasting them. Somehow they survived though. How on earth could they basically hold on? Expand, still trying to break through the 5th walls, and I'm not too certain if they'll be able to get much, but 7-9, the very climb. down over onto lower end. And this fight is not just over and done with. Still one member of 7-9 remains, trying to get the revives up. V Gaming, they're just getting all these kills in their favor as they pummel down onto 7-9.
This is going to be a huge run for V Gaming, just like you said, but at the same time, I think First Raider somehow managed to make it into the circle just for a bit longer. Eco needs to stay alive. He has it. Vico. Jinbao takes his eyes off of First Raiders, but it doesn't matter. First Raiders goes out. 7-9 follows as well. V Gaming still staying in this game. Top 6 still within their grasp. Expand also down to 2 members. It's Too Fast and Sha. They're trying to find their way into kind of the heart of this compound. You have VGM basically just waiting for the final phase. DEWA United gets knocked out by FARANG, a team with the entire squad alive. Too Fast gets spotted out. Jinbao should be able to lead FARANG into the last phase of this round.
Wow. It was just absolute fury coming out of FARANG, and you can see they are absolutely on fire right now, being the cheerleaders of the pack. VGM, they've locked on target, and they know there's only one direction that FARANG can basically run. So they just got every single angle just pointing up towards the kill, and FARANG just forced to yield off. Time turner being popped. More walls being popped up as well. Bond on the closest tree. Not that they're even looking. That grenade should be doing the trick. Now that only needs a few more members out of Flash to be able to contest V Gaming.
And VGM, a guaranteed second place for them, at least for now, unless they can somehow win a 2 versus 4. But with all these grenade showers, it seems to be a distant dream for VGM to get the booyah at least. Bantan, last man alive, 4 members of Team Flash running at his face. Team Flash gets the booyah, but VGM finds a lifeline in this round.
They do get a lifeline, and it's been a long time coming for Team Flash. And finally, they reap the rewards here, securing their own booyah here in Bermuda. And it's the first big win for them for today. Of course, all the Vietnamese fans should be absolutely happy with their performance for now, as they have been stabilizing and locking themselves in for the finals.
This definitely does 2 things, right? It makes sure Team Flash is not side by side with VGM, and for VGM, they get another round of cushion. They get another round where First Raiders is still behind them in 7th place. This race continues to be interesting, but credits to First Raiders. They made it farther than we thought they would. This is kind of the golden moment of this entire round.
Yeah, and we just love to look at the highlights again when this battle that was over on the top end of the Bibi Sakti Hill didn't really result in any advantage for those that are staying on the top. Meanwhile, it was V Gaming that was just waiting on the bottom side. And then you have Team Flash, who have snuck in through Clock Tower, and they just waited for that perfect opportunity to strike as well. Though V Gaming, they did farm out a lot of all these eliminations out of all these other teams that were involved in this bloodbath of a fight by this section itself. So by the end of it all, it went down to FARANG being absolutely sandwiched by both of the teams, and with V Gaming being a little bit more overzealous, they also positioned themselves towards where FRG was, so that kind of puts them in quite the bad spot, and Flash took this chance of V Gaming's booyah away and make it their own.
Absolutely. Got to take a look at how many points that the teams got respectively though. And if there's a better idea of where we stand right now, V Gaming Esports a huge 19-point round for them. That is going to widen their lead over First Raiders Eclipse, who only got 11. Team Flash getting themselves 21, still side by side V Gaming Esports. But for the rest of the teams, nothing much going to change on the standing. Expand maintains himself in first spot with that 10 points, and 7-9 and Heavy still kind of in that tug of war for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, but at the very least, when you take a look at that 11-pointer that was guarded by First Raiders Eclipse, it still creates at least a little bit more of a good chase towards V Gaming overall, but we can see how in one round everything can still swing into any team's favor. So it's definitely far from over. We're definitely looking at who will be the champions of the night, and also, of course, the ones who will be flying by the end of this evening as well. Well,
Yeah.
the ticket will be for a later date for sure.
Yeah, one
but
day at a time,
yeah,
you know.
they get to celebrate for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's perfect for Christmas.
And perfect for the new year. We'll take a look at our featured team from round number 4. It's none other than V Gaming Esports. There's almost close to 7,000 damage finally around when they showed up. A little bit of luck with the circle, you know, following them towards the end, and also able to keep a lot of these teams away. I think V Gaming just happened to have a round where all the elements that, you know, to ensure the success were there, and they really took advantage of it.
That's right, and well, that wraps up our round inside of Bermuda, and well, this was the lifeline given over to V Gaming, and of course, the winning does matter a whole lot, and we definitely have to thank all our sponsors as well as our partners to make all of this possible, and that also starts with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Like I said, when winning matters.
Absolutely. This is the second season. You know, we're looking forward to so much more. They not only support Free Fire, but they've also supported multiple titles. They done events in Thailand, Jakarta coming up for Free Fire. It's a huge year, and it's getting even bigger with Samsung Galaxy joining the big family. So we're really, really excited to see what is in store for 2023. And on top of that, you know, we have Monster Energy to thank for, because they follow us on this journey, keeping us topped up and unleashing the beast within everyone. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you want great deals and game top-ups, look no further than www.kachishop.com. There will be some changes for the final 3 rounds of the night. We just played our last Bermuda round in this group stage. Overall standings will be a mystery until the end of the night, so do remember that one when we come back from this break and then head into game number 5. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours. if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason, like I don't beat it.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series.
And of course, all of this is powered by Samsung Galaxy.
We gotta rehearse that a bit more. But yes, 3 more rounds until we finish off the challenge group stage for phase number 2. And you know, well, Christmas is coming pretty soon, and when Santa drops his gift down the chimney, you wouldn't know what's in the gift. And so just like Christmas, in Christmas tradition, we will not show overall standings until the end of the night. So if you guys want to know who makes it through, stay until the end of the show.
Yeah, it depends on whether you're naughty or nice as well. Well, most likely you guys have been nice, right? Because you guys are hanging on the street with us for the entirety of the evening. So now, with 3 more maps to go, who will be the ultimate winner by the end of the day, and which teams will not make the cut? We shall see. And of course, with all the efforts being shown, I think like there's a lot of teams that definitely deserves a whole lot of credit, especially for today. For the first half of it, Axis Esports, they're doing such a tremendous job just securing points onto the table, and they've also upsetted those teams in the running on that top 6 and slightly below it. So I wonder what will be a shock factor by the end of the night.
I mean, Axis Esports are at least for the first 2-3 rounds, they were stealing points away. If you know, that's probably the best way to put it. But of course, we also saw some teams just not showing up. Heavy being one of the clearest examples. Today is just not their day. They were getting, they didn't even get to play Bermuda, right? They were constantly reviving the team, but then we see this trickle effect where at the end of the day, Heavy just didn't get to play Free Fire. But VGM and Team Flash, they found a round that they desperately needed to keep their positions, and they definitely and they got it. So First Raiders, they still need a bit more work to potentially break to the top 6. It's so close.
And yet so far away, just by that one game of difference, and you can see like it swings back for V Gaming overall. So I think for V Gaming, they just have to ensure this upcoming next 2 rounds, you put in 40 pointers on the block, and that could still somewhat deny the entry of FR heading into the 6th place overall. And well, as we approach our last few hurdles, of course, we like to thank Samsung Galaxy for being part of the journey to check out the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 and unfold your will and play like the pros here on Free Fire, and you could get those booyahs too.
Yeah, and of course, our grand finals will be unfolding in Jakarta next year. And guess what? By the end of this evening, we will find out that we will sum up the total 12 teams that will be playing there. And if you are wondering, well, Jakarta is so huge, where is the event? It's at Mall Taman Anggrek. That's where it's at on 4th and 5th February 2023, right after Chinese New Year, for those who are celebrating that festivity. So mark down your calendars, cancel any appointments you have, just use your annual leaves early into the year. Just head on down to the mall. We would love to see you there. In fact, if you guys have not been updating yourselves with the news, we are actually slowly announcing a special guest who will also be appearing on ground. So if you want to be engaged and be involved with us, do remember to also follow our socials, ESL_Asia. That's where it's all at. We've announced a couple of special guests. That should make you a bit more excited for next year.
Yeah, can't wait for that to happen. Well, you guys have time to prepare, so make sure you book your flight tickets really early and you get to meet all your Free Fire superstars and a whole lot of friends and new ones to be made right on the spot as well. So we absolutely love that, but before we even get to Jakarta, let's also see what we'll get here in our 7th map. Wait, well, we're not in 7th yet.
We're on 5th.
5th.
Don't worry.
I'm jumping the gun a little too early.
You guys still have time to renew your passports, don't worry.
Yeah. Go ahead, do that after the games are over and done with. But here we go into our final 3 maps, and we're already seeing blood splatters coming out. Sem9 with the double over onto MDH, and they're just absolutely obliterating them from the get-go.
I mean, MDH, just absolute unlucky start for them. But Sem9, they also have to face DEWA, but DEWA have just lost Virus, so Sem9 off to a splendid start. DEWA United, unfortunately, can't say the same for them, but they are pretty much scattered around across the map. In fact, they have already secured a revival point, so it's not too big of a deal. VGM getting themselves the first knockdown. MDH are already out.
Wow, that's just a lot of heavy commitments coming in from many of all these teams. Council Hall being the battle arena for V Gaming, and they've already gotten a couple of trades going for them. So now currently it's going to be a 2v2 affair between them. And I do believe there's still more left in the tank. Bond still managed to survive though, so it shouldn't be too much of a hassle, but it's all that Eclipse effort that has been able to keep themselves up ahead. And so long as they just keep adding those elimination points, they shouldn't be able to worry too much about FR that's chasing up ahead. Sem9 continues to party on. DEWA United, they were late to the party anyways. Yeah. So I feel like they don't deserve that invitation, and therefore I think Ren was just absolutely out of place. Was trying to get the revive done, so I guess it's a valiant effort, but it was kind of in vain.
More points on the map. VGM off to a good start. Well, since we have some time, and you know the broadcast runs on a pretty long delay, I would like to give you a couple of, well, just maybe a minute to send a message out to a good friend of ours, Mr. Mustachio AJ. Apparently, he says that you sound like Contra, and he asked if you are your brother.
Well, I guess we do have the same hair color, so...
We do.
Just a little bit, I guess. Hello, AJ. Was supposed to meet you up a couple of days ago. Oh, my leg got stuck from leaving the door, it seems. But anyway, so yeah, we're here to catch some good booyahs and expand. You know, they're still chasing on to that #1 spot last round.
I've been listening to him fatiguing expand for like 8 rounds in a row. Well, 7 rounds in a row. You know? It's a good father figure.
Well, I mean, like, with him around, like, of course, everybody is glad if he's just gonna be taking care of all your needs. So,
yeah, pretty much. Expand getting a good control of command post. That is where they are very comfortable with. FARANG on the other end, split from one another, but taking control of Refinery. This is an area where they really love. Then when we come into phase 2, they realize that MDH have been contesting it, and they gave it away. But this is one of the rounds where MDH got wiped out from the get-go, so FARANG felt, you know, that since there's no one that contests Refinery other than MDH, we're gonna take Refinery back. So this is a good scenario for FARANG all in all. So the only competition we're looking at right now, if in terms of qualification, is just between VGM and First Raiders. And so far, for both teams, say they're literally on the opposite sides.
Yeah, they won't be meeting each other anytime soon. I guess like that's for the better of both teams overall. But for most part, it seems like FR they didn't seem to get a couple of clips going for them. So It's a little bit of a slow, steady pace coming from the first raider unit, while VGM have already matched a couple of drops already as they're piling on those points. DEWA United, after being singled out very early on, FARANG is the next one to challenge them as they hide underneath the ridges. I don't think that there's going to be a safe spot with all 4 members of FARANG surrounding them by the corners of foundation. Now, let's take a look at the white perspective, though. DEWA United, at least after getting that reset going for them, they're still getting pincer from all angles. Jumbo making good measures across the map, though their ace of the squad, Spade, has already been eliminated for now. Was the one in charge of getting all those 3 points. Now damage being done right now. Tries to run the cross, and he will be in charge of getting Virus back up online.
Yeah, it's a very slow and methodical gameplay from these two teams. Kind of a slugfest.
Well, wait a minute. Look at by it.
Iki is going to come around the corner to try and intercept him. FARANG, I don't think they can win this one. Okay, never mind. Jimbo just swings that one for a kill.
It's like, keep him distracted, boys. I got this.
Doing it pretty well. 7-9, they caught a win on that. They are showing up to the party. But I did get tagged. DEWA United deciding not to continue this one. They do not have the numbers nor resources to continue fighting FARANG. So at the end of the day, it's FARANG who wins out the war of attrition. I'm looking at the radar right now. At least, you know, we last saw First Raiders and VGM on opposite sides of the map. And First Raiders, it seems like they're going into, you know, the power saving mode, just trying to play it safe, play it slow, get the placement points. They are rotating literally, following the edges of the map.
Yeah, they're basically avoiding any form of risk possible for the time being. DEWA United is going to do exactly the same, though. Of course, with the zone closing out as well, I mean, every team really has to make a move. They are just trying to get whatever is necessary, especially when Virus was just recently brought back. It doesn't have all too much of artillery to work with. Now, command post being the center stage for most teams, this is definitely going to make an interesting ending for most part. Expands territory to basically grasp hold onto. Well, FR, I guess the only team that they could basically launch an attack on currently is Heavy.
Yep.
With them not being in the best performance well. Well, Anxiety having PGM members just keeping their eyes on them, and this clock tower is going to be aware they're just going to be staring at, but they couldn't really find the angles, especially with the time turner being popped out.
Yeah, they will need to use the grapple gun to go for the push if they really want to take these 2 members down, because VGM, they have 2 members on the outskirts, and that can provide the team with a lot of backup. But Kanoho, yeah, he was waiting to pick up Anton on ground level. VGM now really spread up. Anxiety with this push can change the landscape of the rest of the round. Ban is still up on the clock tower. Anxiety just circling underneath like a bunch of sharks. So it's going to be a very slow death for Ban as Anxiety just takes point in a slightly better position.
Well, overall, VGM is just going to look for another revive point and just leave Bond to see whether he can basically get a few more targets out of Anxiety. And Anxiety, they're just lying in wait. They know that there is just one more out there, but they are also slowly making a cut. They know that they shouldn't waste any more time being on the corners of this river. And they still couldn't really make up their mind. They do see a little bit more of that jump pad where they could basically launch themselves into the safer areas of play, of course. But Bond, he sees this as the perfect opportunity.
He's gonna wait. Strike, though. He's gonna wait for basic. Wait for the last guy. There it is.
Perfect.
Patience.
All calculated.
All calculated.
And he's still healthy. So
Hawkeye's gonna come back for him.
I'm not sure if that's gonna be the whole plan, though. Hawkeye now goes on this 1 versus 1. So I don't know. When it comes down to this battle, I think VGM have already understand what they need to do. Bond just holding on his own just fine. So it's gonna take a while. I mean, this 1v1 is not even happening.
He's doing a really good job at just stalling out. He might not make it out of this alive, but oh boy, Anxiety have more problems than just the 1v1. It's Team Flash, who has intercepted one of their members, and at the same time also trying to take over Refinery, where FARANG, is residing. Shin will be the first one to fly up there with the grappling gun, and see Spade nearby. A huge wraparound. Team Flash basically surrounding members of FARANG. A double up right there. Shin gets caught by surprise. But the rest of the backup is coming in from Team Flash. Bloody not able to go through that glue wall for now. Bias will finish off Shin to even up the playing field. Bloody getting pressured from long range, but unfortunately Spade runs into his gun barrel, gets knocked down.
And they're just basically cutting off many of all these sections here. There's not much that they can work with. All these glue walls are being brought in by FARANG, but Bloody managed to slip through the cracks. And there we go. Shotgun shells flying up in the air. Tempo tries to get those numbers against Team Flash, but Bloody's just too strong. And now they're looking for Byte as well. What can FARANG do? They do jump over on the corner, and Byte still gets caught. It's only down to 2-Bat to ensure that they do stay alive in this match.
Yeah, and 2-Bat, he just got revived. Suhei has absolutely nothing in his arsenal. Can't even stay to grab whatever equipment is on the ground. Has to just hide. VGM getting punished. Multiple members getting taken out by, I believe, different teams. Binsu is the first one to go. Axis finds him. Darklob is also on the ground as well. This could be a disaster for VGM after such a stellar round on Bermuda. Kalahari doesn't look too friendly. Barnes the last man alive, and that was the guy that was chased down by Anxiety. Now able to escape into the wild, but has to play the long game.
And we can see that even in the earlier rounds of Kalahari, they've been struggling as well, but at least this time they walk away with a little bit more points as per usual. I mean, they still could basically hang on to whatever they have. I mean, FR hasn't been doing all too much in this round. Now they're also being surrounded by Expand, Heavy, and not too far away, King of Gamers Club is just around the corner to pick them off as well. So Kyle, gonna see whether he can basically get the pick off against Shaw on the Sniper's Nest. And Team Flash, they've been able to add those numbers up with those snipers on their hand, while Bloody was the one just storming through the refinery to get all the kills that he desired.
Oh no.
And here comes Axis Esports.
Worst possible timing, but if First Raider survives this, it will be good news. Souza again. Starting off on a good note, Ekal hiding in this containers to make contact with Flame right now. Who's going to try and pressure him? They're trying to split the members of First Raiders apart. Ekal, can he brute force his way out of this one? Yes. Flame goes down. No way for them to rescue Flame. Axis Esports just fly into absolute damnation. First Raiders getting 4 free points.
What a defense that was as well. I mean, they were absolutely out in the open and they got punished instead. I mean, I don't even know, Chief. Like, Axis kind of jumped the gun right there. And Mil now, he's just going to see where or not will the rest of FR approach. And he does send a couple of grenades. So Souza's going to be down, but there is members to back him up as well. And FR, they're looking for an entry point, and they will get it eventually. But the rest of Heavy, they're ready to take them on.
Yeah, Buffalo getting a crucial shot into Darko. Can Lonzo get the revive back up in time? Yes, he can, but the members of Heavy are surrounding First Raiders. Anxiety gets knocked out in the meantime, and Heavy looking to wipe the floor with First Raiders. And First Raiders just losing out because they are crunched by so many different teams.
Heavy just doing them dirty. And it was just a clean execution overall on that defensive setup that they've had. FR, they were also forced to basically push towards their direction as well. Now, moving into this campsite here, we see Team Flash being the ones that are on that perfect form, but they are on the outskirts instead. Meanwhile, Expand, they're taking charge of different sectors of the map on this 2-2 split, which can actually garner them plenty of points. They're man marking onto Sandline by the edge of the map. And meanwhile, the other two is going to lock on target over on Heavy, who has just joined the party.
It's a command post finish. Urban warfare, almost. Finally, a good run for Heavy after so long of really almost a no-show. B Gaming knocked out as well as Ban perishes to the blue zone. And just like you say, Contra, Expand, they have multiple angles to watch out for, but at least they have control of the circle, and the center just so happens to be this building where 2 of the Expand members are perched on the rooftop. How are they going to hold this though?
I'm thinking that DEWA United will challenge them eventually with the grapplings that they still have, if they have any in actual fact. Grenades are already being lobbed in. Expand just turtling through the Sniper's Nest again. Heavy's not going to make too much of a drastic measure, knowing for the fact that there's a few more members of KOG being around the corner as well. Heavy now takes charge. They're still looking to seek out Expand members, but they do have the grenade launchers all prepared to take them on.
Yeah, Expand, this is going to be crunch time. Everyone swarming the center of the circle. The Eye of the Storm. Expand already got 2 knockdowns, looking for the confirmed kill. Sha on ground level catches the members of Heavy off guard. They're trying to go for the revive, but Sha is just relentless. He's not going to let Heavy get any space to recover. Buffalo now trapped behind the glue wall, but Sha just going to turn the corner. Buffalo sets up a fortress with those glue walls. So Expand decides, you know what, we're going to move on forward into the territory of KOG. And Sha, the substitute of Expand, is just doing so much work, taking over the shoes of Cobra and filling in that close quarter combat expert. This guy is doing so much work, putting the weight, and just the aggression from Sha is scary as heck.
Indeed, and they're just expanding their horizon, taking over control over the midsection, as all the other teams are just being cornered up. Sha still storming them out of this match and make that a triple. Beautiful work coming in from the Expand member that just subbed in too fast, still hunting out KOG members, and there's just plenty of grenades to work with. And KOG, they're absolutely stuck. They have to face the wrath of whatever is to come if they did not move out of the building.
And look at where DEWA is. They are literally at the center right now. There's a wall separating Expand and everyone.
Wait a minute.
He's going to go for the push. They got to push Expand off of the tower, and they do. Expand down their last legs too fast, cannot hold. KOG remains. DEWA United with the full squad left alive, and KOG now thinking on how to hold on. Team Flash, they did take control of the top of the control tower, so they still have 2 members up there. DEWA might have no idea though. The rebound from the Flash bang is going to blind the members of DEWA. But do they know that Flash is on top? Now this is going to be the final crunch. KOG just submits to fate. And Team Flash, they're going to send Shin down, and Shin's going to buy time. Yanbin, they might play the healing main. He's already starting to bandage himself up. Will time give Team Flash the second booyah of the day? Seems like that might be the case. They were looking for the last guy. Is there any grappling with them though? They know that Yanbin is up there.
He has to be.
And there we go, the grappling.
Oh, he's sending him up.
Ren is just going to go for the final push, and DEWA will not let this get away.
It was still a beautiful win, and this belongs to DEWA United Esports. Command post finish, and we see it in triumph. And even before all the clusters moved into the city, I was just looking at Expand taking that tower for such a long time, and the entirety of DEWA was just waiting along the lines. And instead of just striking down Expand, they waited for Team Flash to do it, and then they move into the final circle itself. And my, oh my, that was quite a smart move coming out of the Indonesian squad, and we see Team Flash almost getting a back-to-back win.
Yeah, for Expand, it was a fantastic round. They was kind of spread thin. You know, you have Sha and Too Fast in the front line. You have Roy and Exo on the top of the control tower. But it all started when Roy got taken out. And it was really hard for Exo to hold on. But nonetheless, the idea was there. It would have been Expand's game if things went perfectly. This was the start of what we thought is another first rated round. You know, Heavy just had to ruin it for them. But the good news is that VGM also bombed up right after that. So
Exactly.
So I think we are still 1 round apart between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and of course, it's still pretty much unclear, but for what we have known so far, VGM is still slightly up ahead for most part. And I think like the 2 most improved teams overall, I mean, throughout these span of rounds, Expand has been willing to be very consistent in these matchups. And then you have Team Flash. After that big win, you just see them getting their morale boosted up, almost getting 2 wins in a row. DEWA United, though, you see them just having so much of a good time. And as a matter of fact, I was in Bali quite recently, and I've seen the truck of DEWA United Esports. Some of their players were also playing alongside with the fans, and they're hoping that they secure the ticket to first play in their finals that's hosted in their nation overall. But I don't know, Chief, 2 more rounds, 22 points garnered, but still more to go for this team. Yeah,
I mean, DEWA United needs a monstrous last 2 rounds to even have a chance. I don't think it guarantees anything. that is the scary part for DEWA United. But for First Raiders, Eclipse, and and VGM, there's no changes in the standings. They both got 7 points out of this round. It seems like top 6 is something that is constantly eluding First Raiders, right? So close yet so far. We see 2 more rounds to go, 1 on Purgatory, 1 on Alpine, and that is going to be the deal breaker for First Raiders and VGM. But for now, I think overall on the standings, nothing much has changed. It's fair to say that Expand is still in first place. That would be a good finisher for this team, coming in strong on the last day and finishing in first.
Yeah, and you just look at all these overwhelming damage that they've been causing at most rounds that they basically go for all these elimination points. You see them being so sharp on their shots, and we see averages of like 15 to 18 hit shots, and they just keep on increasing the count. So this team, they are unstoppable, and I hope that we get to see them on the grand final stage in Jakarta to be able to really rally up quite the storm when they do basically meet some of all these fans out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Expand still looking the best that they have in a long time. With 2 more rounds to come, we're approaching the end of the challenge group stage. But, hold your horses a bit. We still would do the usual duties. That means taking a break, and we'll come back after that, and we'll head to Purgatory for our second last round of the group stage.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they we throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Now, what you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Welcome to Free Fire of Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. It's Contract here alongside with Husky with 2 more maps of Booyahs to go. We'll see who are the ones that will cross that finish line and get their plane tickets to Indonesia for the finals.
Super excited. I am. This is probably the best way to close out the group stage, because leading into into phase 2, I honestly thought that we've already seen a top 6. We're not gonna get any challenges, but here we are with First Raiders Eclipse so close to potentially breaking into top 6 by the end of the evening. It's between them and VGM at this point. The story continues, but every fairy tale can only have one happy ending. With that being said, if you guys are still not familiar with Snapdragon Pro Series, just know that it is only made possible with the involvement and support of our partners, and one of them is Monster Energy, unleashing the beast within all of us. You know, they have a very cute cap that you can put a screw on top.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, I actually have it. It's one of the niftiest tools that they have. So thank you very much, Monster, just juicing us up and giving us just great stuff to use when we are not, drinking our Monster Energy. But of course, the crown jewel, the final destination when it comes to Snapdragon Pro Series is the finals for Challenge Stage. It's in Jakarta, Mall Taman Anggrek, happening on 4th and 5th of February 2023. So mark it down in the calendar. We'll see you there. And let's just celebrate great Free Fire under one roof.
Yeah, and overall, there's so many things happening in this city. Overall, you definitely want to check out their amazing cuisine. And of course, I've been in Bali for a couple of weeks, just earlier this month, and the people have been amazing. I'm pretty sure the folks in the city will be just as amazing as well, so you definitely want to book your tickets to check it all out. And make sure you cast your vote on the Snapdragon match predictions on the Twitch chat. Who do you think makes the cut into the top 6? And we'll definitely see your predictions might just come true. Will F4 actually get their chance, though? I feel like now with only 2 rounds of play, it's compulsory to end it with a booyah at the very least.
Yeah, like they were so close. 2 rounds in a row, they had a chance. One of the rounds, and both rounds they couldn't make it far enough because they were caught in in this entanglement with just multiple teams, going after them. It's just kind of unlucky, but at the end of the day, it's Battle Royale. First Raiders now needing to go for an even harder push towards the end. Maybe the booyah will be the best way to close the chapter in the challenge group stage. But I think regardless of how it ends, by the end of the evening, they can be proud of themselves. They covered a 100-point gap to get to this point.
Exactly, and I think that everyone watching has definitely been inspired by their performance so far. And you know what? Like, they've been working so hard. Like, they definitely do deserve every single support coming from all you guys out there. The same goes to all the other teams. If you're hailing from Vietnam, there's V Gaming, Team Flash, and so many names like NDH, Heavy. I think like Heavy, despite them not really having the best of runs today, they still have what it takes to at least make it into the final stage so far. So I don't think that there's all too much to worry. And then you see that particular midway round of today, where we see both V Gaming as well as Team Flash both bounce out at the very same time. I think like the Vietnamese hopefuls are definitely ready to see what's in store in Jakarta.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the fact that we don't get to see the overall standings makes this even more tense. I have lost count of the numbers, so I do not know where the teams stand right now, but what I do know is that we're going to Purgatory, and we're going to play our last Purgatory game in the challenge group stage to close out the 6th round of the evening. And the last time we saw Purgatory, or earlier in fact, it was kind of a slogfest, right? We expected getting that booyah. It was a kind of a slow late game, and it was also a game where First Raiders had a pretty decent run as well. So I wonder if it's going to be the same this time.
I would say that was a perfect round, because that was the round where they've achieved their booyah in order to keep this chase going along with V Gaming. And I think like if they've been able to do that previously with probably the messiest of fights that we've seen today.
Oh yeah.
So it could be entirely possible, but of course the circumstances may vary, especially when you actually have the ending over onto some high ground terrains, which sometimes is down to all these rotations that actually dictate what sort of advantages that you actually get from all these battles. So with that in mind, of course, with this being the final few rounds, and you know, so you can safely say certain teams may not actually have the chance to be in Jakarta by February, but they can have a chance to play spoilers this time.
Oh, yeah.
So I wonder if any of these big fights will erupt, and we're already seeing a blue zone drop coming from both Axis as well as FARANG. I guess it's a classic civil war coming in from our homeboys of Malaysia.
I just want to say that First Raiders are also very dangerously close to VGM. So this is going to be a big early game in the first 5 minutes. FARANG though, Jembao, and a double spray down. That's what you want.
And they line it all up. Jembao, he's got the freest spray of his lifetime.
Yeah, basically just, and also, you know, the glue wall acting as a funnel. Axis Esports, not sure if they can get out of this though. Raph has spotted out this member number 3 from Axis. Raph looking to buy his team back, but there's no resources. Not this early on. Axis able to get Neptune out of this compound, get him out of quarry, keep Axis in the game.
Yeah, he's just stuck by the warehouses, and Spade's just gonna come in with a huge flank of a wraparound. Like, who even does that on this corner of an uncharted territory? Now he gets a little bit of elevation. Raph does manage to run right in. A little bit more safety net while Bryant tries to close things up. So, as much as it's high tier loots here in the blue zone, like, quarry is a really small area, so you see them really snuck into a couple of quarters, and you now have Vantan of VGM butting in. Whether or not can he find a catch onto 2-bat remains to be a question. They do get spotted out though. Vantan tries to hold his own.
This is going to be important for FARANG. If they can hold back VGM, it will be a great start by Raph. He actually found Bryant. Bryant tried to push him and he went down. FARANG's formation falling apart a bit. Jembao also getting pressured. The members of VGM really taking this slow and methodical and keeping FARANG beyond an arm's reach. Vantan challenging Jembao up close. His helmet is showing a bit. Jembao only has a forklift to hide behind. And VGM slowly trying to swarm FARANG in their own compound.
Man, this construction site here is not really giving them too much of room to breathe. Vantan finally gets the pick with the jump shots, and he will be able to secure one against members of FARANG overall. Bond now close quarter combat. He's going to be able to pull up against the rest of them. VGM only having Bingsu bleeding out, but they've been able to steer away from all the danger. And Axis still has Raph surviving by the edge of it, so this is rather interesting to see Spade also running towards that direction, but not getting caught out by 66 Raph. Well, 666 Raph, just to be specific.
This is a good start for VGM overall. 3 points to boot. 2 points, in fact. Kind of the third party. And not only they pulled away from First Raiders, but they also got a decent start. Now the revives will come in. While that was happening, First Raiders moved away from Mount Bulwark. They're going to go onto that mainland and take over a fishing hut. Definitely a slower and less proactive approach from First Raiders in kind of gearing up for that late game.
I was about to get to that as well, where we see VGM understanding that there's many of these players on that blue zone, and therefore they are the ones being proactive. They are the ones hunting out. And just look at how many more points can they possibly get here. Bingsu going up close and personal. Just one more shot that takes for Raph to take one of them out, but looks like he does get himself a little bit more safety net, but he's just being cornered up with nowhere to go. Finally, they axe him out.
Finally sniffing Raph out, but he has bought a lot of time. VGM getting point number 3. Basically clearing out the entire area, and it's not over just yet because they're heading down towards Mount Villa, and guess what? That's where Axis members are.
Yeah.
So they might get even more points, and this would really cement their spot in that top 6, in that 6th place in fact. Unless Space somehow catches VGM members from behind.
And we just love this smart gameplay coming from VGM. Going not to drop directly on that blue zone. They were the ones looting from the outskirts to close in. And it seems like they know how to approach the situation. They're even setting up this wide flank from Vantan. And if he does get that catch, instead, he was one being spotted out first. So now he's in a little bit of danger, but the rest of VGM should be able to catch up as well.
They need to flush out VGM. Axis starting it off on a good note. Maybe they get Vantan out of the way, so VGM. See if they want to continue pushing in. It seems like that's still the case. They are splitting up different direction. Binsu on one side, Ban on the other, Darklop on that high ground. Tanking that blue zone just a bit, but it's phase number 1, so VGM feeling comfortable to kind of stay outside just for a bit, but they definitely have no intention to continue this fight. Keeping it safe, keeping it slow, making sure that they stay alive for as long as possible.
Yeah, so long as they can still get a little bit more of a ground to zone off the rest of Axis Esports, they will remain to do so. All they need here is for Bingsu to hold his own for the time being. Axis, they do have vehicles though, so they don't really have to rely on the rope. Uh-oh, it looks like a busted tower or something.
He's ran into a tree. Oh, Ban, what?
What on earth was that shot, Ban? Just nailing every single shot. And just like that, Axis Esports eventually loses one more.
Yeah, that's the 4th point for VGM. While they bring Raph back, firepower definitely diminishing a bit though. I'm surprised that Axis didn't really find the rest of VGM members. Surely they know the Dark Loop is there. You can hear the footsteps. But Axis, they don't really feel confident enough to kind of challenge VGM and take them out. And this is giving VGM so much space.
As much as they do have a lot of space, just look at the areas where they need to be playing at. Campsite is quite a distance away. They have to cut through either side of the bridge, and it's not going to be all too safe by the moment that they try to cut across. And Axis, if they do have a little bit more advantage, they will just storm them through, just like how they are doing right now. Stopping Bingsu, slipping up from the corner of the tree, and so long as they get past this section, they should be able to be the ones that gatekeep V-Gaming instead.
That would be great. Not for Axis, but for First Raiders. There is the revival point on Golf Course, and VGM are completely cut off from it as well. So this is really a very bad spot for VGM as a team. There is a buy point though. You should have enough coins to at least get 1 revive to keep this going.
And we're also taking a look at the current position. Axis Esports, they're also trying to cut off the bridge for them to cut across to Central. So I feel like this over-aggression, that commitment coming in from V-Gaming, costed them a lot more than what they could basically afford to. But we see Ban, he finally gets into a revive station. He brings one back.
Yeah, Binsu comes back, but he's gonna drop into a literal hot zone where MDH is residing. So he might just go down again. And because it's a buy point, VGM might not have any resources to work with afterwards. First Raiders still keeping it slow and safe. They're hugging the edge of the circle, but this might be one of those rounds where it actually works out for them.
Speaking of which, we have another party going on. It's heavy with this hill battle that they're taking. And, nope, that's not the perfect time to make the jump. And now with Minal down, it's also going to be a tree versus tree as Fakery continues on to pummel down all these shotgun shells, and he's hunting out for Heavy. And time turner being popped up in time. Fakery now goes ring around to Rosie, while Heavy tries to juke him off, but still cannot connect the shots perfectly in time. He does have enough time to heal up. Fakery goes in for another challenge, but he is being wrapped with 2 glue walls, so he's stuck around the corner, and he's still making a move. 7-9. They're pretty low, but they're not down and out, so Heavy, they're slowly losing this war of attrition.
Yeah, I mean, Buffalo again, last man standing against the entirety of 7-9. He just cannot shake Fakery off. Heavy goes down without getting a single point for themselves, I believe.
Man, it's like a Rottweiler on the loose, but it definitely took a while for him to get the bites going. So finally, 7-9. Perfect clearance. They got themselves those 4 points. Now, the entire sector is clear for 7-9 to march up ahead. Meanwhile, Axis is still looking around the central areas to play. They find themselves Anxiety as they are trying to get more of those revives out. Unlucky for Anxiety, they were caught once again.
Yeah, VGM able to take control of the revival spot at the golf course because Axis rotated early. They brought their members X, so VGM still staying very much alive. But now they have to funnel through a literal war zone to get into the circle. First Raiders has a good chance to stop them.
And we see them going on this 2-2 split as well. 2 on the outskirts of the river, while we have another 2 members by the spine of the Brasilia Hill. This is looking pretty daunting, especially with 7-9 slowly moving in towards the north point of the rim of the circle. And then you have a majority of all these teams just by the edges of it as well. So we expect a little bit more retaliation to come into effect. But by the bridges, though, FR has been hanging around for the longest of time, still not getting anything done this year.
Axis Esports have been spotted out by Team Flash. It feels like the only way for Axis to get across is to start swimming, but Team Flash, they are going to start taking control of the bridge, so this is bad news for Team Flash. VGM able to rendezvous with one another as FARANG tries to push them. Oh. Can VGM hold on? This is going to be crucial. The most important, though. It's the most important fight for them. Axis gets wiped out by First Raiders.
Wow, Dark Lord. He's just got like, what, a quadra kill? And all that with the AWM in hand. It's just magnificent long-range snipes coming out of that gentleman. But of course, we focus back onto this battle just by the corners of Brasilia. Looks like FARANG opts to take a different standpoint here, while VGM, they push up the hill, and now needing to deal with 7-9.
VGM's just the tenacity, the willpower to not go down, keeping them in the game. First Raiders, though, putting themselves out in the open. FARANG is behind them, so First Raiders need to be really careful about this. They have given away their compound in order to go aggressive to take down Team Flash, so they need to make this work out. So far, they've gotten decent values, but unfortunately, their knockdowns were stolen away by MDH. So, I mean, First Raiders is not going to be happy about that one.
My, oh my. MDH slowly accumulating all these corners, and they do get a perfect access through the hills on the south end, and there's absolutely no challenge at all. If FR comes close, they will also be met with another member of Team Flash, who is still stuck by the corner of the bridge, as they are just putting bullets all across the river, and the KOG does find Newbie. And while Expand continues on with their trace of attacks, find a couple members of KOG, and 7-9, they bow early this time around.
And I wonder how would First Raiders deal with this, though. They're out in the open, and there are 2 teams watching them. And while that was happening, VGM, they're going to start pushing into DEWA as well. So if DEWA goes down, VGM will have a pretty clear entry into that blue zone, into that circle. It's going to be good news for V Gaming. KOG with the 2 members doubling up. Oscar and Osaka trying to stay alive, go for the long wraparound just to avoid Expand. Meanwhile, DEWA getting slowly wiped out. With only Virus left alive. VGM is going to get this clearance for sure. That one goes down, but DEWA United bows out. VGM, 8 points.
This is the lead that they desired and they absolutely needed in order to stay afloat and get their tickets booked for Jakarta. FARANG still finding their way out, and FR, they're still having 4 members strong. They call the first one to be tagged out, but they still have members to be able to get him back on track. VGM trying to deal with the rest of the situation against FARANG, and Expand still pouring up the rest of KOG. Now leave 6 more teams up ahead, and VGM absolutely overwhelms FARANG Esports.
Even if VGM goes down right now, they've gotten enough points, and FARANG ends up going down to MDH. This is crunch time. First Raiders, they've gotten themselves into a safe spot, but they got to deal with MDH. And the remnants of Team Flash, can First Raiders keep this alive though? They got 6 points, eliminated Team Flash. V Gaming goes out, and now it's First Raiders against MDH. First Raiders have a chance to extend that lead. MDH tries to rush them down, but First Raiders, they are going to hold the fort, at least for now. Can Happy save this one? It's a 1 versus 2 affair, but Happy forced to barricade himself with the glue walls, and First Raiders, they are just waiting for the right moment to overwhelm Happy. They're just gonna blow through these glue walls. They even somehow sneak 1 member in. Happy, can you land those shots? This is just, yeah, Happy gets 1 down and surrenders himself to the blue zone. But now he's down to First Raiders and Expand, the 2 teams who has been performing admirably in the final circle.
And now there's a chance for FR to redeem themselves as well. If they do ace out the entirety of Expand, they have a shot at V Gaming. But with Expanse, Ferocity, they're just getting overwhelmed, and they're being cornered up as well. They're just battling outside. They don't care about the safety. And Expand, once again, secures another booyah for Malaysia.
If you're in for a hat trick and you missed the World Cup finals, Expand delivers the third one of the night. What a performance from the team. You know what they say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And this is one of the strongest finish we've ever seen.
Yeah, it's just beautiful work where you see that ooze of confidence coming in from Expand. They already knew how many players are left out there, and they don't really care of that safe zone that's on absolutely the opposite end. And they knew they just finished off the battle, so the chances are they've been depleted of all these resources of the blue walls. And we see Sem9, they have a really good hit start, but they didn't manage to basically get more going by getting across that Bermuda section, and hence why VGem managed to punish not only them, but also FARANG Esports along the way. And we see these teams, they're all carrying so many of all these takedowns. MDH got 7 in return. And of course, FR, by the end of this round, they walk away with at the very least 7, and then going up against Expand. It may not seem like, okay, this was a fair trade after all. I think like being on second place gives them a fair shot heading into the final map of the night.
Yeah, can we just admire VGM's willpower to really stay in the running? They survived so much longer than they should have. But that sets us up to one of the best scenarios for competitive Free Fire that I always like to see. One last round. It is still undetermined where First Raiders Eclipse stand. In fact, despite that round that looked pretty good for First Raiders Eclipse, V Gaming Esports still only lagged behind by 1 point. So we are going down to the absolute wire.
My word. And also remember for the fact that in the previous few rounds, V Gaming did have a little bit more of an advantage against First Raider Eclipse, and therefore, in order for First Raiders to take over, it requires two factors to take place. So V Gaming Esports will not be getting all too much of points in the final round, and for First Raider Eclipse to have at the very least, what, 8-10 points ahead of V Gaming by the end of that respective final game.
Yeah, I love it when Free Fire comes down to just one round. This is giving me World Series vibe. The recent one in Bangkok where Evo's Phoenix won. Same scenario, came down to one final round. For feature team V Gaming Esports, they finished 4th in this round, but you see those early game isolated kills, those very calculated moves that they have, got them enough elimination points to stay afloat and have a decent bit of roses over First Raiders.
Yeah, and it was an Apex Predator mindset that they had overall in this matchup inside Purgatory. They see the blue zone, okay, we know there's going to be a few teams that's going to be around the corner, go out for the hunt. Okay, if we lose a few members, let's try to find a way to reset. And usually to even get this reset going, it requires a lot of effort. They managed to pull through. And not only that, you see that 2-2 split going on. 2 members were luring so far on the outskirts, and they still managed to basically rally up together again and convoy their way into a top 4 finish. Absolutely respectable.
Absolutely respectable. This is it. One final round, but we're going to keep you guys in suspense for a bit. We'll head for one last break. When we come back, it's the one final round to see who our final top 6 teams would be.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Look at my shine with the blow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
This is it, folks. The final round for the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Season 2 Challenge Group Stage Phase 2 is about to happen. My name is Husky alongside Contra. Can't wait to crown you guys the top 6 teams, but they still have one last map to play. That map is Alpine.
And it has to be an explosive start coming in for some of all these teams in order to get up to speed. Whereas, of course, the two teams that we've been eyeing on are only FR and also V Gaming to see who is the team that secures the final ticket on a 6th place finish. But look at Expando. I mean,
yeah.
How many games do they perform out of their minds? And it feels like this change up of the roster heading into the final day has worked out all too perfectly for them. And maybe this has been the key to the success, of course, giving them a little bit more of a boost of energy and just pure firepower that we're seeing out of this team that has been absolutely immense for everyone else to even try to deal with.
Yeah, this is Expand at their prime. This is the Expand that showed their prowess when they first announced their roster. Absolutely loving it, but we wouldn't see any teams at their prime if we did not have our partners who made this a reality. So we gotta thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming for making this happen, for when winning matters. And guess what? We're down to one last round, and winning matters for two very specific teams. V Gaming Esports, First Raiders Eclipse. Whoever wins this last round is gonna lock in the ticket to go to Jakarta. I mean, it's just giving me World Series vibe. I just experienced this, like what, less than 2 months ago, and here I am back in the seat. It's not a World Championship, but still, there is so much at stake.
Yeah, and we have not been getting the feed of the standings overall, so we have no clue who's currently sitting at that number 6 spot. The last we checked, it was V Gaming. Of course, we'll only find out right after this very final round, so therefore, of course, for what we have seen so far, Expand being heavy favorites to take that top 1 spot.
You know, it's one of those rounds where I wish I can just close my eyes. You know, it's kind of like, you know, I have this very bad habit. When I watch a very high stakes game, it could be sports, it could be anything, I would just go to sleep and wake up and just read the results. I feel like it would sting less. But in this case, First Raider supporters, they are going to be watching this super attentively just to find out if First Raiders would join Evo's Divine and SCS Alpine, you know, in that finals in Jakarta. But of course, coming to the last game, 3 teams to look at: V Gaming Esports, MDH, First Raiders Eclipse. These 3 teams are literally side by side each other, with V Gaming Esports in 6th place, First Raiders Eclipse in 7th, and MDH in 8th.
And MDH, they've also garnered quite a plenty of points heading into that Purgatory round. Therefore, I mean, they are definitely in the running, but how much more to actually overtake V Gaming remains to be unknown for now, because we've been tracking onto a few specific teams overall. FR, they only edged V Gaming by 1 point in that past round, though it was a double-digit scoreline. And now, with this absolutely neutral flight, they get to pick their poison of where they need to be. So, around this garrison section, it's going to be absolutely cleared up for FR. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at the other corners of the map. MDH is actually not too far from where FR is currently at. Meanwhile, I guess like for V Gaming, they will take it very, very slowly.
What? And they decide to contest Expand at Forest Rid. They've only done this a few times, and every single time they do it, they beat Expand on their home ground. But Expand this time, they're not going to relent. EXO traded back by Bond. Both teams getting a singular knockdown to start things off, but it seems like Expand have basically lost control of Forest Rid from the get-go.
Yeah, and I'm not even certain if this is a wise decision. I mean, Expand just came out hot out of the oven with a booyah, and now you're taking him on. Vantan, he does find X-Roy, the guy who was in charge of the first blood, now taken out, and we do have the killer leaders in the pack, where DEWA United, they're also butting horns, so this is not looking all too good. Expand, they will find one more pickup, but Shaw's getting shot from the back. It's Dot Club here to save the day.
And there's a revival point. If VGN somehow holds out the storm, they will be able to revive the entire team and keep themselves in the game. The best bet right now is that DEWA United flush them out. Van getting backstabbed. Rain doing a great job, but look at VGM. They have already abandoned Forest Rid. They are out of here.
Yeah, they're only having one member remaining, and definitely they have to get out of all the scuffles. While 7-9, on the other hand, they also did get a clip over onto Too Fast. So, yep, both teams are getting battered and bruised up. So, they will just part ways for the time being. FARANG now going up ahead, and Zadi. There's a little bit of a wide split coming from Zadi, and I felt like things have been on the low for most part, and we find Somai being picked up from quite a long distance in FARANG. That's one more to the tally.
Bad news for VGM. They are not as lucky as they were in the previous 2-3 rounds this time, because there are no buy points near the clock. There's no revival points as well. The nearest controlled by Team Flash. Unless Darklok somehow makes his way down south, get to the buy point, then he can start bringing his team back. But for now, he's going to be stranded out in the open to play that survival game.
Yeah, that will hold him back for a bit. And as for the moment, FR on the North Point, we'll see if they can settle those scores with MDH so that they have one less thing to worry about. And the further down south they go into the central area, they'll be met with Semdine as well. For Team Flash, if they're still chasing on to any other teams, of course, they will have so much more of that empty space. But here we go.
What?
They already have that initiation with Darklok and Souza putting the numbers up. 2 members down for the side of MDH. And they may all just fall down. And Icon is trying to go in for the hunt. He will get himself healed up. And MDH Esports is officially out of this matchup.
The first hurdle overcome by First Raiders now is just to see where VGM stands at the end of this one. Of course, if VGM gets knocked out right now, First Raiders have the clearest path to top 6. But VGM, resilient as always, still in the game. And with all these early rotations now, Darklok has so much room to work with. Literally, and the southern side of the map is his oyster. He can revive his entire team with no obstructions at all. VGM is going to live on for sure. FARANG though now up against Heavy. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Buffalo as the bait. FARANG losing members.
Yeah, but it's not too much of a huge concern where FARANG could still find ways to contest around this section. And worst come to worst, they can basically go into the southeast island of entry and they would be able to get maybe a little bit more of the revive going on from there. Instead, Tom XT, know that Spade is currently stuck, so he's just going to try to turn him off as well. Minoff, though, is getting punished by Too Bad. Now, they're looking for those equal traits, and FARANG gets one back.
A close fight between those two. Tom XT dropping low thanks to the nade. Spade able to hold back 2 members of Heavy. That is going to give so much space to the rest of his team to come in and provide him with backup. But Spade can't hold on for too long. The nade bounces off just on top of Spade, takes him out. Heavy regains control.
Yeah, Heavy. With these 3 members, they should be able to find all these initial takedowns against FARANG Esports and down to 2 men. And oh my word, getting blasted from where?
It's a landmine. Too Bad didn't spot that one. Just in the heat of the moment, steps on a mine, and that's it. FARANG no longer able to do much in this fight. Still in the game though.
Yeah, Heavy now back to a full squad strength. Meanwhile, KOG annihilates members of Anxiety. Only 11 more teams remaining, and Anxiety still has a member inside of this compound. Oscar in charge of hunting him out, but he's just going to be lying in wait. Kanoho will find a few other members to be able to get Anxiety back up online at the very least by the quarters of base camp. So, oh, seems like the rest of the members are in Carousel instead, so seems like Kanoho, you just have to bear it alone.
It's a MSP 3-way fight. Axis, Expand, Anxiety somehow deciding to gather at this area. FARANG eliminated by Heavy in the meantime. Axis and Expand will be the first 2 teams to kind of start off the party. You have Too Fast on the outskirts though. He is very far away from the rest of his team. And Axis trying to go for the wraparound, and yep, it has happened. VGM getting those revives going. Thanks to Darklok surviving long enough. And VGM, they're right back in the game.
Yeah, and of course it took 7 minutes for them to be able to restore order for the team. Meanwhile, Raph just charging up ahead, full confidence for Axis Esports. But Expand, there you don't bow out just yet, but Shah has already been clipped out. 1-for-1 trade going on. Xroy with the double Berettas. My word, he's still doing it. He takes out Raph, and Xroy is just running rounds around him. Flame still managing to survive, trying to pick up 66 Raph. Meanwhile, Xroy will be shredded off the pieces Too Fast as well as Axel. They try to break out those walls, and there's nothing much that Axel could work with those angles. And Millie, Raph gets tags up again. Fast is only joining in the flank. Not that they have much of a clue, but with the glue walls up, Flame is just holding them back.
There's a revival point nearby as well. Expand, if they can get to it, they can start the capture. But there's also a buy point. A bit more of a convenience, but it seems like Expand are sending too fast to beeline towards the revival point. You can see that First Raiders have already shown up. Neptune is the only member of Axis that's isolated. The First Raiders, no intention of going for the push. Again, playing this very passive game. They have 5 points, but 5 points is not enough. Not when VGM are also getting kills for themselves as well.
For now, they're being held back at the very least, so whatever hits that they get out of this skirmish between Axis will Expand, they will take it nonetheless. And like you said, there is a buy point, there is a revive station, so they can take this fight all day if they want to and allow them to go in for revives. But if they wait around longer, Expand's just going to clean up shop.
And First Raiders also made contact with 7-9 as well. So there are some avenues out there that First Raiders can seek. Expand would take a bit of time to recover. 7-9 very much spread apart out in the open with no buildings to work with. But Hawkeye, he's trying to hunt down Xroy. Can Xroy win this one with a pistol? It's going to be a gun diff though. Hawkeye somehow not landing the shots. Finally finds one. 22 HP remaining. But that is more than enough for him to take care of Xroy.
Yeah, Hawkeye absolutely got a little bit of surprise here, but they've been holding out on the carousel for the longest of time. At least confirming one more number, and Expand now still working with 3 members up ahead. Xroy's just got to wait for a little while longer. We expect Shaw to be able to actually do something about it at the very least. So we're going to see where does the circle shift to overall, as many of all these players are just playing by the edges, just adding points up to the standings. Flame already by the outskirts, knowing that there is one member of Expand just lurking around. Shad doesn't really have all too much of weaponry, so Flame, he's just hoping that this player will just leave this facility, but man, this guy's just keeping them at bay.
And VGM, they ran into DEWA. If they wipe out DEWA right now, VGM will basically just have a rock-solid chance of moving forward. They had a lot of time after the revive to gather up their late game, their utilities and all. I think VGM are more than ready to start taking those fights. But First Raiders very close to the circle, so they will be easy for them to move in. KOG on the other hand, occupied by Anxiety, but it seems like Anxiety is not putting up too much of a resistance.
Great taps coming from Kevin. We'll find one more player of Anxiety. While even 7-9 are picking them apart. There goes Shomai. And we have another beautiful work coming in from Renz. As Expand, they're having another one being taken out by Shin. Now right under it's going to be FR. That's going to be having quite the storm. Now adding the numbers into 6 points. Everyone's just feeling it at the moment. FR, if they get another 4 points, that might just suffice.
I mean, you just look at VGM, they are doing the same thing again. They're splitting up, they're getting those revives, making sure that they are staying alive in this round for as long as possible to go for those placement points, the guaranteed ones. First Raiders under a lot of pressure right now. Team Flash will have to go through them.
One-on-one.
Souza does get Binsu though, that's good news. Sha in a 1 versus 1 this time between Expand and Axis. Sha not able to win that one, Flame wins it.
Oh,
Expand gets knocked out.
Really close call though, 30 over HP left on that double Berettas now. Over on the side of Lozi. Oh, look at that quick tap. He's gonna be punished.
V-Gaming is out.
V-Gaming?
They're already out. They were caught out. All of them. All 4 of them in the open. There's a chance of First Raiders.
Now all eyes is on FR. And they're just hoping to farm up against Team Flash as well. And just look at the zone. It favors nobody right out of the center of the map. Well, there is KOG that's going to be having the direct access while they are battling against the rest of Heavy. While DEWA United, they're flying into the fight between Team Flash as well as FL.
This might be good news for First Raiders if they can intercept this one. Can they get there in time? Does First Raiders want to do it? DEWA committed to take down 7-9. ZenOP has already gone down thanks to Rain. Long range snipe. As Renz runs straight into the building, he ends up losing his life instead, but 7-9 also not doing too well. Both Raja and Newbie very much in the red. DEWA, meanwhile, able to get their members back up. 7-9 taking massive losses in this fight, as now Team Flash show up to the scene to try to grab a couple of kills for themselves as well.
Yeah, there's just no place for them to basically hold out on. And even with the zone coming in, these teams will eventually have to budge, but they're just hungry for more of these kills that they can basically farm out of. Yapin, he gets stuck by the corner wall again, and they are unrelenting. Bio gets dropped, but there is still Yanbin to try to see if he can get more. And my word, Newbie! He clutches it off and still has enough time to heal up.
And he dies with a fraction of a second remaining. The blue zone takes him out. First Raiders makes it into top 3. DEWA only left with 2. First Raiders have already spotted them out in the open. This could be point number 9 and 10 for them. Virus is already down. Rain trying to hide behind the wall and the windmill and go for the kind of the launch pad, but straight into the members of Heavy. Mina is going to grab that, thank you very much. And it's now between First Raiders and Heavy, the most important 4 versus 4 in the challenge group stage. Can First Raiders do it? They have the disadvantage, but Heavy have put themselves right in front of First Raiders. Ekao is already down. Heavy going for the slam dunk. Ekao not able to get revived. Lawsy also gets found as well. It's down to Souza and Darko to at least get a couple more points towards the end of this, but Heavy's not going to give them that room. Darko is the third to go. Souza the last man alive. He has done it before, but can he do it again? Heavy, the heavy hitters to close this out with the Booyah will do it in a flawless manner. FR had no chance at all. Heavy gets the Booyah.
But they did secure a second place finish, but all these glory will still go into the hands of Heavy. They're not sleeping over the final battle, and this further solidifies their place in Jakarta, and we'll definitely see them overall. But the question still remains, second place finish, double-digit kills, I do believe, or it could be around the margin of 8.
Have they done enough?
Is this actually enough? And we've seen V Gaming, they were held back from the get-go, and they were trying to get the revives going, and they were just stuck by the outskirts. They couldn't find a clean entry or even survive the pressure of the fights, and therefore the 2 conditions kind of have been met by First Raiders here. But we still do not know. What is the difference of points between the 2?
Yeah, the biggest question is, have they gotten enough points over V Gaming, right? That Booyah would have changed everything. They not only get extra 3 points, but they will have gotten 4 eliminations. So that's 7 points that First Raiders were not able to get towards the very end. It's definitely a gut-wrencher, but we will have to wait just for a while to see that overall standings. But it's safe to say that the teams in the first 5 positions, Team Flash, Heavy, Expand, Sam9, they definitely made it through, and also King of Gamers Club.
Yeah, and of course we definitely thank all the players for showing us some of the best possible Free Fire action that we can get over the course of these weekdays. And well, I believe the only few things here is to take a look at some of the best moments that we've had throughout the journey.
Yeah, this is the highlights of that final round of final Alpine game. It's a crazy 1 month plus. We had 2 weeks of phase 1, 6 days of phase 1, 6 days of phase 2, and phase 1, suffice to say, it's just Thai teams, turning it into a Thai league instead of a regional event. But once we head into phase 2, we start to see a lot of these four-man squad really show up and really show us what they're capable of. But again, the golden question is, you can have the best run, but is your best enough? I think First Raiders are kind of teetering on the edge right now. They started catching up yesterday, closing a gap of more than 100 points, and right now it still came down to uncertainty.
Yeah, and Husky, just throw a little bit of curveball to you. What happens here if we do see a tie in points?
We're gonna look at the Booyahs amount. But if we look at Booyahs, First Raiders Eclipse would have...
They definitely have a whole lot more.
They definitely have a whole lot more, so just keep your eyes on this. Remember this amount, right? Heavy, 26 points. They've qualified, so we can put that aside. First Raiders Eclipse got 18. V Gaming Esports got 6. So a 12-point net gain for First Raiders.
12-point.
But is it enough?
It is quite a massive number to begin with, and then you also remember that the past round, First Raider have 1 point ahead of V Gaming as well.
I'll tell you the craziest part. V Gaming Esports is one out of the 2 teams that has no decimals in their total points. This could come down to a 0.5
0.5
difference.
margin. Come on, don't do me like this.
I don't know, man. I feel... But yeah, so rest of the leaderboard,
Okay.
I don't think it changes much, right? I think Expand... Actually, Expand might lose first place because there's a net 20 game for Heavy. Well, I mean, speculations aside, I cannot number anymore.
Yeah.
What matters the most is, again, First Raiders, V Gaming Esports.
This is nerve-wracking for the players right now. I mean,
This is.
they will do their own calculations regardless, and I think like maybe they might have even lost count of their enemy teams as well.
Would you count, like, if you are like team manager or coach, like, would you be counting?
Definitely. I mean, you need to know how much you need to get per round, and of course, Heavy remains to be the heavy hitters instead of being a sloth throughout the entirety course of the battle. But hey, look at that. Massive amount of headshots, and they survived to tell the tale. And I just love that in all these final few maps, it's been convincing wins for those who have been able to secure the Booyah, and that further shows that they are not a team to be messed with during the Jakarta finals.
And let's look at the qualified teams. Expand, Heavy, Semnai, Team Flash, King of Gamers Club. And what do we have it? They have done it. First Raiders, Eclipse have done it. 6 days of Free Fire. We had a bit of a change of schedule. We rescheduled some games to yesterday, making it the longest day in the Phase 2 of the Challenge Group stage. And it was on the longest day that First Raiders Eclipse stepped up, closed 100 points worth of gap, and finished in top 6, just inching out by 2.5 points advantage. This is one of the best Cinderella stories that we have seen, Contra.
2.5. It really went down to the wire. Of course, V Gaming Esports have shown us a lot of exemplary plays, and of course, we thank them a whole lot for participating. They still walk away with a little bit of those points garnered from this challenge stage, but we'll still have 6 of these amazing teams to be moving into Jakarta. Expand, Heavy, Sem9, Team Flash, King of Gamers Club, and First Raider Eclipse.
So many
fighters. There's so many things to talk about here. Where do we even begin?
Well, first of all, Expand finishing Phase 2 in first place. That is probably the best redemption arc for them. In the sea of criticism, inconsistency, where does Expand stand? Will they lose their spot? And on the last day, they got 3 Booyahs out of 7 rounds. The final lap, the sprint towards the finishing line, and they finished strong in first place. I think you know, the manager, the soul, you know, Umi will be really happy with this finish. Heavy, not to take anything away from them, they should be proud of themselves, able to make it into second. Sem9 as well. The recent major, complete flop after acquiring, you know, the Geek Fan roster, but it's a bit of a roster shuffle. This is the best recovery for the roster. Team Flash, King of Gamers Club, and First Raiders also follow suit. But we gotta look at the 12 teams that will be making an appearance in Jakarta next year. We start with Attack All Around, E-Arena, Evo's Divine, Evo's Phoenix, Nigma Galaxy, and XDS Alpine, who qualified from Phase 1. And of course, just now we found out the other 6 teams that would join them with Expand, First Raiders Eclipse, Heavy, King of Gamers Club, Sem9, and of course Team Flash.
We've got a lot of great representation all around, of course, with Thailand having 5 representatives to be able to also match some of the hometown favorites, which will be eventually Evo's Divine, says Alpine, as well as First Raider Eclipse. And also, I'm pretty sure that some of the Indonesians are also very fond of Evo's Phoenix, because who does not love the world champions after back-to-back major wins?
Yeah, I just want to say that this finals is going to be explosive because we not only have our current world champion, we also have our former world champions. We have Evo's Phoenix and Attack All Around in one single lobby for the entirety of the final. So that is going to be incredible. But what a finale, what a conclusion to our Phase 2 group stage. Congratulations to all the teams who qualified. But of course, we got to thank the people who made this happen, the people who gave the players this platform to showcase what they're made of, starting with the heart and soul Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And First Raiders Eclipse definitely pulled through at the very end. And Snapdragon Elite Gaming has given us so many great moments, and Jakarta is going to be our next pit stop. But we also gotta thank Samsung Galaxy, the newest addition into this family. And guess what? We're gonna make history together, baby! So 2023 is gonna be an explosive and amazing year. But of course, we also gotta thank Monster Energy, because without them, we won't see great moments like First Raiders Eclipse qualifying with a 2-point advantage, and I wouldn't get juiced up 24/7, so check them out, www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, you see all these great cosmetics that the players have, all came from Kachi Shop. So if you guys want great deals and game top-ups, I'm pretty sure the Kachi Shop is the best pit stop for you guys. Last but not least, Jakarta, 4th and 5th of February next year at Mall Taman Anggrek. That's where the grand finals will happen.
Exactly, and make sure you book your hotels, book your flights, because the party will all be happening there in Jakarta, Indonesia. It's gonna be a weekend. I mean, you could just basically just head over there and just come back whenever you want. I mean, like, I'll tell your boss, like, I'm extending my stay for another 5 days. So, with that said, of course, we have already locked in all our finalists, and the next thing to do is to see all of you guys in Jakarta in February. And why? What a pleasure it is to cast with you, Husky. And it is all a wrap. Any things you want to say before we move along?
I mean, it's just it's an amazing one-month journey. We've done it for 2 seasons. But yeah, last words, see you all in Jakarta. It's going to be a great event. And on behalf of everyone else, production team, everyone behind the scenes, our friends AJ, Dan Lee, Fasha Bunny, Victor. Of course, my name is Husky. This is Contra. I'm gonna sign up for now. It's a great challenge group stage. See you guys in Jakarta. And happy Merry Christmas in advance. And Happy New Year in advance. Good night.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine.